Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? All right. This decrepit skeleton doesn't want to move. I was going to try to fight in here today for a little bit. But I got a double decrepit skeleton. 11 p.m. game time. Let's I think I can pull these down here to this guy. And I think he'll kill them. I hope he'll kill them. Good morning, Janky. How you doing, bud? Save me, save me. There we go. All right. Let's see if we can come up back up here and pull some monsters. Pull some monsters over here. How you like a Spellblade? It's okay. It's okay. I did give it this one now a couple of items to try to make them a little bit better. I think without the items, you would definitely have to group, but with items, you can level pretty easily. Which I don't know. I still don't like the ability to twink too much, and I feel like you can still twink pretty significantly, but whatever. Okay, let's see. You figured out quadding better and it feels good? Awesome. Yeah, quadding is it's not too bad in its current iteration. I think that's one thing that they kind of got it right. They reduced the effectiveness of it from previously. And at first it was not good. It was terrible, but then they adjusted some numbers and now the quad kiting is better. But yeah. I was peppering 3 mobs with volleys before the nuke and followed with mana reclaim and got a good portion back. Yeah, you'll get a decent amount. The numbers aren't right. They still have them messed up. It's you're not getting the right amount back. Why can I not loot this? There we go. But yeah, you're supposed to get 30 mana back per stack, and now you still get only 20. So they didn't really fix that. House Spellblade, now that you have more time with it, it's okay. You know, it's not the best class, but it's not bad. I mean, from what I can tell, like I now have another infusion. I don't know about switching your infusions though. So like you can use Conduit, for example, and it does, you know, a decent damage. I think it does like 26 damage or something at my level. So it does decent damage with the arcane, and then it puts him on a cooldown temporarily. So it places your infusion on a long cooldown and all other infusions on a short one. So it puts them all on a short cooldown. Then you have to switch infusions. Hey, there's Gith. Then you have to switch infusions. I don't know. It feels kind of weird switching the infusions. How was birthday weekend? It was good. It was good. What's that? And a belt. I think my belt is better. Yeah, my belt is better. But I can use the hat. I will use the hat. Thank you, sir. Just trash picked up? Yep. I figured as much. I appreciate it. And I'm just over here soloing for a bit. But yeah, birthday weekend was good. We hung out as a family a good bit. Watched movies on Saturday night. Hung out, watched a movie. Went to brunch or whatever. I guess really just a late lunch on Sunday. That was good times. Yeah, overall, it was a good weekend. Can't really complain. Yay, I did it. I'm the wiener. Wiener, wiener, chicken dinner. Yeah, I'm debating what I want to do with this guy. I'm going to level him up. Oh, shoot. I got 2. That's okay. Bummer, dudes. I mean, I will say the class is... I mean, it's like playing a fighter right now. It's kind of boring. It's really just using the same 2 buttons over and over. To be honest. Like, it's not great. But, like, if I hit Conduit... You know, Conduit does some damage. And then I try to switch infusions. You have to wait to be able to switch infusions. Then you can switch... Then you can wait a second and then like do Conduit again. Then wait. Switch infusions. Do telekinetic. And then eventually you can switch to arcane, but I feel like the cooldown for it is so long that it's probably not worth it. Like, switching between 2 may be worth it. Because you have 2 DPS infusions. But then the telekinetic infusion... no, I guess it does do damage as well. But you don't want to... you don't want to use this one because it'll knock back the mob. So, like, I would do Conduit here, and then you want to switch to here, and then you do this. And then you switch to telekinetic infusion. And you don't want to use conduit here because it'll knock the mob back. So now you just basically wait. And then when arcane infusion comes back up, you can switch to arcane infusion. There you go. And then you conduit. And then you go to electric infusion, and you conduit. And then you go to telekinetic. So, I don't know. I just don't feel like it does. I don't feel like it's great. It feels weird. And what does this one do? The arcane aura, increasing your intelligence and spell damage. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not really digging the switching around a lot. So it makes it feel like conduit is just not worth using. And I'm not feeling like the soloing very much. Like when you solo with them, because of phase strike, you end up behind them. How much mana does conduit use? Instant. Is it mana free? Does not trigger global cooldown. Yeah, there's no mana cost on it, so like I don't know. I don't know. Let me go back up this way. What's happening here today? Right now, I'm just playing the Spellblade a little bit. Checking it out, see if it's a good class, if it's worth playing. Of course, I need to get my dual wield skill up. That's going to help quite a bit. Shadows look cool. They do, yeah. The phase strike ability looks really cool because it makes like little shadows of your character. Hey, Xander, what's going on, man? Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, if you do the phase strike from far away, it's pretty cool. It makes like a bunch of little silhouettes of your character. I don't know how that would look on like an ogre or something though, because it makes them your size. I'll have to show you. Here, let me get some mana back. But yeah, I'll have to show it to you. Like it makes it like huge. Well, makes a very long line, so it's a long, it's big that way, but then your character is there. But if you're like an ogre, it would make these giant ogres, and they stay there for a few seconds. Finally get your beta key, but I'm going Elementalist. Don't have time to group, so it's going to be solo run. Any thoughts? Yeah, the Elementalist is good solo. You'll be fine. They can also group if you can find a group. I would say that right now with the game, the way the developers are trying to develop it, they're trying to push group play more, which is something that I appreciate, and I hope that they continue to do. Solo XP has been too good for a very long time, but they are pushing group play. The XP is still there for the solo, but it's now more difficult to do. So if you can do it, it's still really good. Just got back from vacation, so work is extra dumb today. Oh, bummer, dude. Where'd you go for vacation? Shadow of an Ogre, let's call an eclipse. That sounds like a good idea to me. Yeah, let me show you what it looks like, because you can do like a phase strike, and you'll see it here. See how like it does the phase strike? And I've had it before where like the phase strike didn't go away very quickly. It did like slowly went away for some reason. And I'm wondering what that would look like on an ogre. But yeah, the phase strike looks really cool. I like it. I like the graphic of it. The blink does the same thing, I believe. It leaves like a trail like that. Longboat Key, Florida. Anna Maria Island, nice low-key beach town. Nice. That's awesome. Just go down there and chill. Have a couple cervezas. I mean, that's a pretty good like little vacation. Like I like stuff like that. I don't ever do stuff like that, especially when you have with the kiddos. You gotta do something fun, you know, for the whole family. Whereas I feel like vacationing with just like a couple of adults is a different feel. You just kind of get up, get some breakfast, kind of hang out, just kind of, you know, laze about. Nice being able to do that. Game looks much better from 6 months ago. October needs to hurry up. Well, the reason it looks better is because October is not hurrying up. Oh my goodness gracious, look at this guy with his 15 pets. But yeah, the game is looking a lot better. You know, they're slowly getting there. Slowly. Adam always said vacationing with kids is just a change of scenery. True though, because you got to keep them entertained. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's very much a change of scenery. But you got to also, you got to consider them when you go anywhere. Because you don't want to go somewhere that's boring for the kids because they're just going to complain the entire time, and that's not going to be fun. You know, like taking them to a beach. Yeah, they can go down to the beach and chill. My kid would only like the beach for like a day. Like he likes going to the beach and playing in the sand and playing in the water and stuff. But yeah, he, you know, that'll be like a day thing. And then after that, it's like, okay, I don't want to go to the beach again today. Oh my gosh. This guy's barging in and just killing everything. My goodness gracious. Oh no, caretaker, is he gonna kill this? Oh good, he's not. Look at that. He didn't do it. You know, one thing I don't like about soloing on the Spellblade so far, you do run out of mana. So you do have to meditate eventually. Good morning, Stefan. How you doing? But yeah, like eventually you will run out of mana. Man, this place is busy this morning. The heck? People running around all over the place. Busy, busy, busy. You power leveling? I mean, Gith came over here and just started buffing me, so I guess, in a sense, yeah. I was just going to solo for a bit, see if I can get into a group. I do have my LFG tag on. So we'll see. We'll see if I get a group or not. I'm kind of doing an experiment with that. See how long it takes to be offered a group. You know, if you don't make one yourself. What level? I'm only level 10. These first few levels, though, they still go fairly quickly. They're not too bad. You know, text is too small? Yeah, text is small. It is very small. I agree. That guy's down there. Did they kill all the mobs, like, up here, too? What the heck? No? There's tons of mobs. Why? I don't understand why people... Like, they see somebody camping, like, right here and just barge in and start killing... Like, there's plenty of mobs deeper in. Go deeper in. I don't understand. Why would you kill the ones that are right there next to somebody? There's mobs everywhere in there. How are the hard and soft caps? They've been raised a lot, so twinking is more impactful. Twinking was already very impactful. I think that they're trying to adjust that and make... I don't know. Twinking is very impactful, yes. That's about all I can really say on that. I don't like that. I wish that they wouldn't make twinking so strong. But it currently is very good. It's going to take away from their social aspect of their game. Like, why twink when you can... Or why group when you can twink and power level? Which is what I see happening. You know, even though there's going to be people out there that are going to be like, yeah, but I don't like to do that. Okay, well, that's cool. I'm glad that you don't like to, but there's still going to be a lot of people that are like, well, what's the fastest way to level? And they're going to do it, which is currently twinking and power leveling a solo player. And it will always be faster. You know, like it's always going to be faster doing it that way. But I would hope that they can alleviate it some. Because right now it's just too good. That's really all there is to it. Just too good. Like once people figure out how to do it properly and where to go, you know, once people are knowledgeable, I feel like it's just going to end up ruining the game. All right, what is my bludgeoning is low. What is my slashing at? Slashing is maxed. I'm wondering if I should swap my two weapons to get my... Oh, that one can't go in the main hand. Oh, yeah, it can. Oh, my gosh. Why is this so laggy? Wait, can this one not go in the offhand? Oh, that's primary only. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Some twinking is fine, just don't let it totally overboard. Yeah, exactly. Like some twinking I think is fine. Like, you know, putting on some slightly higher level gear, making your character feel a little stronger for that level. Sure, you know, that's fine. And it's fun. It's a fun way to play the game. Like, hey, you've earned it, but you've gotten a character to level 60. You've gotten some extra gear. Sure, make him stronger. But yeah, you can end up making them too strong. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Those who enjoy that should be able to be honest. I don't. Yeah, that's the thing. Is some people are going to enjoy it, some people won't. But ultimately, this game is it's supposed to be a social MMO. You're supposed to want to group together. You're supposed to want to play the game that way. You know, like work with other players. And if they put too much emphasis on soloing, then majority of your players will end up soloing. You know, if they make soloing too good. So we'll just have to see how they adjust it more. The TTK changes helped some. So we'll have to see how they continue to adjust that. I still feel like the wizard and druid changes were a bit, I don't know, a bit too much, and I don't think they hit the mark on those. Unfortunately. Like they may have overtuned the druid some, and I don't know, a couple of things there. I think there's a balance with it. It can help new players feel excitement of social aspect of the game and being able to receive gear that is meaningful upgrade. Like you said, too much, it just renders early content point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I don't want to see that happen. Like the early content of games like this end up going completely unnoticed, you know? Like, most players, once the game is fully released, let's say in 1.0, most players are probably never going to see like the inside of Wormsbane, for example, because they're going to out level it too quickly. They may not be over on this side of the world. So like they put in a lot of effort to make Wormsbane look cool and feel fun and different type of monsters, you know, put in all that work, and then you're going to have a lot of people that just don't experience it. You know, that just happens a lot. You don't have to make soloing too good, but a lot of these old school players, small children, well, yeah, I mean, that's true too, but you can make it viable and not the best way to level. I mean, that's the problem is, you know, like you're trying to build a game around people with small kids, or you're trying to build a social game. You know, like you got to pick which one you want to be. You can't be like, oh, we want to build this social game that is focused on grouping and focused on the social aspect of it, but we also want to make sure that single parents with 15 kids have the ability to play the game. Like, no, you kind of gotta pick one. You can't do both. But the point that I'm trying to make is that soloing is too good. Always has been. They've made it over time. It's taken them a year to finally, you know, kind of get there, but they have made it more group focused and more social focused. But yeah, it's still very, very good. Oh no. Did my fire not dim? I didn't ever see it dim. A single parent have 15 kids, have 2 static groups. You know, I mean, that's true. They do. Those are the ones that you're going to see out there like, yeah, but are we allowed to box from the same household? I have 15 kids, 3 wives, and a dog. Can we do raids? What the heck? But yeah, like people are constantly trying to find ways to play this game solo, right? They're constantly doing it. And it's just like, I don't know. Like the people that are talking about, oh, can I box, you know? Like all of that kind of stuff. You know, it's a big advantage being able to play the game solo. It's a huge advantage. So there's already like enough advantage to it that I don't understand the argument that people are like, oh, well, I have to play solo, so I should be able to do this and this. And it's like, you already can. You literally already can. So I don't know why they would change things in that direction to make things more solo friendly. Because it already is extremely solo friendly. For the type of game that it is, it's already solo friendly. Names, I think, shouldn't even be an option if you're not 3 people. Yeah, supposedly that's the direction they're going. They're making it to where like outdoor zones, like this is the idea. They haven't hit it yet. They haven't, you know, nailed it. But the idea is that like outdoor zones are going to be a little bit easier to do, easier to navigate, but won't necessarily have the gear that you want to get. So, you know, you can go and solo and get some XP outdoor zones, and then your indoor zones, like your dungeons and stuff, are going to have more dangerous content. Well, I guess we'll pull these two guys. So that's the idea, at least. You know, like we'll see what they do with it, and if they get there, you know, it's been kind of frustrating for me since I've been playing this game, because what the heck, where did this rat come from? Did somebody come down here and like train mobs? Looks like somebody did. I didn't see him. I'm a cat dad of 20 and only 3 hours a month to play. Can I raid? Exactly. Well, you can raid because you can have all of your cats log in and play different characters for you. Can you as paladin? Well, so yeah, so here's the thing about soloing in this game, and this is where a lot of it gets kind of confusing, is some classes solo better than other classes. And I know that's a big shocker to a lot of people. It's like you just proved gravity to them or something. Like, what? The sun is yellow? Like, it's just crazy to me how some of these people just they think. But anyway, yes, Paladin can solo. It's not the best soloer in the game, but it can solo. It can solo better than a rogue, better than a fighter. You know, it can solo better than some classes. It is lower DPS, so it is a bit slower, but it can do it. But when I say like solo is the best way to go, what I mean is when you pick the right class, when you pick the necromancer, the elementalist, you know, a Shadow Knight can solo fairly well. Like when you pick certain classes, that's where soloing comes in. I hate that this stinking... so annoying. There we go. I got it. I don't know when they're going to fix that bug. But yeah, that's what I mean. It's not every class is going to solo exceptionally well. That's not what I mean. But that's what people hear. When I say, you know, soloing is too good, they're like, oh my god, every class can solo? No, if you play like a rogue, you're going to need a group. But that's the whole point, is if a rogue basically requires a group, and grouping is slower XP, then people are going to gravitate to a solo class, like a necromancer, because they don't require a group and it's faster XP. You're double dipping. So that's why I think that group XP should be the best XP, because it will always push people into grouping, right? Even if you want to play solo and it's viable, let's say you're playing a necromancer, it's a viable way to play and it's pretty good XP, but grouping is still better XP, then it'll push necromancers into groups if they have the time and ability to do it. And what that does is it evens the playing field out. You know, a rogue is going to get the best XP whenever they're getting XP because they have to group. That necromancer, though, has the option of being able to solo, and that's where their benefit comes from. So overall, the necromancer is still going to be the better class to play, because the necromancer can get XP outside of a group while waiting for a group. And then once they get the group, now they're getting the best XP in the game. Whereas the rogue basically just sits in town and twiddles their thumb until they get a group. So that's like you're already benefiting from being the necromancer. You don't need to also on top of that get the best XP in the game for being solo. Like it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why they would go that route, which is currently what the game is. I love to group, but sometimes I only have an hour, so I don't want to use that hour waiting for a group. Yeah, exactly. So like play a necromancer, right? Play a necromancer, and then you only have an hour, log in and play for an hour. You're just going to get less XP during that hour than if you had a group for that full hour. But you'll still get something. Like you're still benefiting, you're still gaining something in that hour. Whereas a rogue wouldn't even want to log in. There's like literally no reason for a rogue to log in and try to get XP for an hour. None whatsoever. Like they may as well just not play the game. Now, a rogue could log in and go like harvest some nodes and work on trade skills or something like that, which is, you know, a side thing that they can do. But the necromancer can also do that whenever they want to. So it's not a benefit of the rogue to do that, right? It's an option for when you're solo. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. That's what I don't like is that the necromancer has more options than the rogue, and then the necromancer also is leveling faster solo than the rogue in a group. So that's, I don't know. If the game gets group focused, there will be outside groups where you can join for an hour everywhere. That's another thing. Yeah, like so like if they put so much emphasis on grouping, then you're going to have people building groups all the time and going in deeper in dungeons and doing that content, and they're not going to want to leave that group. They're going to want to keep that group going as long as possible. So when one person leaves, they'll want to invite another person, and they want to keep that going. 8 out of 10. Okay. So that's kind of the idea, is you want to emphasize the grouping so that people always want to, you know, work a little harder to group. Right now it's just not worth the effort. You know, go up to a group of like 3 people and ask to join them. I would bet like 70-80% of the time they're going to say, no thanks, we're good, or we're leaving soon, and then they end up staying there for another 3 or 4 hours. Or, you know, they'll say something to not get you to join their group, or, oh, we're just kind of goofing off, or they're trying to be nice about it, but ultimately what they're thinking is, no, that's going to hurt our XP. Why would we invite somebody else to the party? Right? They're being nice about how they say it, though. And they don't want to hurt your feelings. They're not like, no, we don't like you, you know, like they don't want you to feel that way. But they don't want to invite you. Feels like there's too many trade skills. Well, there's really only like 5 or 6. The issue is that they have made all the trade skills so that you can see them, but they didn't actually do anything with them. So right now you have blacksmithing, tailoring, leatherworking. Those are, you know, decent trade skills, pretty fleshed out. You got alchemy, you got enchanting, and that's pretty much it. You do have fletching, but fletching is just to make a few arrows. You know, you do have carpentry to make a few boxes. But ultimately, like, nobody's going to really use those trade skills. So, yeah, there's only a few trade skills that are actually worth doing. Like how back in EverQuest, people didn't want a wizard in group. Exactly. Yeah, they don't want a wizard. You know, like they would prefer a different class. So like you saw a party of 5, they needed a DPS, a wizard comes in, hey, can I join your group? The party is like, oh no, we've got another guy coming. They didn't have that other dude coming. They were just waiting for a better class to come. Like waiting for a melee class to show up to put in their group. Any major, minor, non-combat traits is helpful. I would say, I mean, it depends. It depends on your play style. Like the infravision can be helpful for some people. Some people like that if they don't want to use the gamma settings. That's really nice. But I personally don't like it. I think it's a waste of a trait because you can just adjust your monitor, you can adjust your video card, you can adjust the gamma within the game. There's a lot of ways that you can adjust that and fix it. You know, so I don't know. I don't see a reason to choose infravision or ultravision or anything. And then you have like the trade skill trait that increases your chance to level trade skills by like 5%. I personally chose that on my main character so that I could level up trade skills easier because I plan to do a bunch of trade skills. All right, we'll sit here for a moment. Is my minor spell shield... Wait, I got level 11. Didn't I get a new spell? Is it lesser spell shield? Nice. So now we have lesser spell shield. I think this is level 12. So we get discharge at level 12. Arcane Spear at level 12. Kinetic Ward at level 12. We get a lot of stuff at level 12. Wow. Infuse Slash. Required level 10. Well, why the heck am I not using it? There we go. I'm altering gamma every cycle. It's quite annoying. Yeah, exactly. It's very annoying to have, like, if you really want to get the best out of the game, you put gamma down to where it's supposed to be during the day, because the game looks so much better during the day with the gamma down. And then at night, you turn gamma up so you can actually see. I just wish that they would not do that. It's really annoying. It's not really a fun way to play the game. It's just tedious to be tedious. Even if you choose infravision, I still feel like you end up adjusting the gamma. A lot of players still do. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't like it. But devs are gonna make what the devs are gonna make. That's their choice. Usually play human. I'd rather be blind. Just give me a light source. Yeah, that's another thing. Like the light sources are... I mean, they're helpful, I guess. But the issue that I have with light sources... Ooh, we got the 10... Hang on, we got the 10 stack here. I don't want to get locked out. 4 p.m. Let's see. What do we say to this guy? Hail. Help. Proof. There we go. That's what we needed. Fill the sack with 10 samples. You're worried. Now bring the satchel to my friend. Ask her to take a closer look. All right. Well, we'll do that next day cycle, I guess. Otherwise, I might get locked out. I don't want to get locked out. But yeah, the light sources are a little lackluster at the moment. They're, I mean, I get what they're trying to do with it, and I kind of appreciate it, where light sources don't last very long. They actually have like a timer to them, and so you kind of want to turn them off and on. You can get a lantern, and then you can add fuel. You know, I like the idea of it. I just don't feel like light sources really are used enough. I don't know. It just makes it feel less fun. Less is more. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes. Like I don't know. How I feel about it is like it just becomes tedious to try to deal with the light. Like in the beginning, some of the things that they do in this game are very cool and fun the first time, or like the first few times you see it or do it or whatever. But after that, it just becomes tedious and annoying and unfun. For example, the night, the sandstorms, dealing with the lights. You know, all those things in the beginning are like, ooh, this is cool and interesting and fun. But then after you play the game for a few hundred hours, you start to quickly realize this is not nearly as fun as it could be, you know? It just becomes tedious and annoying. And there's been plenty of posts about it though. So they know that some players find it tedious and annoying. Then you have other players that are like, no, but I like the nighttime. I like the sandstorms. I think those are fun, etc. And it's like, okay, you know, I get it. But like I said, literally the first time that I saw the sandstorm, I was like, oh, this is cool. This is very neat. And I was like, you know, this is an interesting gameplay and etc. And then after like 15 or 20 or 30 sandstorms, I'm like, okay, I'm tired of this. I don't want to see another sandstorm my entire life. Every time Trent is in zone, people ask him to make a sandstorm, and I'm quadding and like, how about no? I think people are doing it now as kind of a meme. Like they're turning it into a meme. You know? which is how memes should be created. You don't force a meme on people. You don't create something and be like, hey guys, this is a meme. Anyway, I digress. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then that's fine. I'm not going to explain it. But yeah, like, you know, at this point, I think people are just like, they're trying to cause friction in the community by saying things like, oh, we need sandstorms to be even more brutal and make it darker at night. And it's like they're doing that on purpose. They don't actually want that, a lot of them. I think they're doing it because it's already so ridiculous. And then the devs are reading into that going, oh, they actually like the darkness. Okay, we're going to keep the darkness. And then you're like, oh my God, can we not do that, please? Can we not make it darker all the time? Can we not add more sandstorms? You know, sarcasm is very, very difficult to pick up, if not impossible to pick up in written text, right? Or in typed text in this case. Very impossible. They need to think about some tools that would make player life better. A ring with infravision, true vision, or a mask that clears view sandstorm. I mean, I think so too. That's what I would like to see, but I don't think they're going to do that. They have no intentions of. They have no intentions of adding that kind of stuff in, at least right now. Same thing with their instancing. Like, I don't want instancing in the game. Personally, like I like the friction of being able to have contested mobs and everything, but at the same time, instancing might be the way to go. You know, some of that friction is good. Too much friction is bad. So. I think they did listen to me though with one of my things recently, and they took a mob out of the game. Somebody told me they did, and they're like, he's like, I'm mad at you because they took a mob out of the game that they wanted to kill or something. And I was like, well, it shouldn't have been there in the first place. It was not ready for prime time. The area is too brown for me. It's either desert or rock mountains. They can have somewhere have more water and green. Yeah, I mean, if you go to like Evershade Weld or Keeper's Bite, those areas have more greenery. So I would recommend that. Because those things are cool if you have... Yeah, exactly. That's how I look at it. Yeah, you know, those... Like the sandstorm and the nighttime and all of that, those are really cool if you have tools to combat them. So like if you're gonna add that stuff in, have ways, and it can't be too tedious of a way to deal with it, right? Like that's one of the things that I've talked about a lot because I play a fighter. It's my main character, and they have zero utility. So when they go out at night, it's super dark. They don't have a light source. They don't have a way to deal with that other than put down a campfire or hold a torch, you know? Then you have, like, the speed of the wild. They don't have ability to cast that. Like, they just don't have any tools whatsoever. So, I don't know. Playing a fighter just kind of sucks in a game like this. So, you know, what's the benefit of playing a fighter? Slightly better defense? At the time, how do you know that those people don't really want that? Maybe they actually do, being a devil's advocate. Well, yeah, I mean, there are people, and I've talked about that a lot too. There's always going to be people outside of the norm. Like, you're going to have the norm, and there's going to be these outliers that are all around that. So, of course, you're always going to have people that are like, make the game as dark as possible. I love that. I like this skeletons. Like, this looks really cool. Seeing glowing eyes in like otherwise pitch black darkness. Super cool idea, right? It looks like awesome. And it feels really cool to see those glowing eyes moving around. But in a video game like this, like, it quickly loses its fun when they do that. Well, no, I'm saying normal for this game though. You know, we are the outsiders when it comes to gaming in general. Sure. You know, you have your normal games and then you have these outside games. But when you look at the outside games, you have the normal of what is normal for those outside games, and then you also have the outliers. Like it's you have to normalize it for what it is you're doing. For a game like Monsters and Memories, the vast majority of people I would imagine do not want it to be ultra dark with the sandstorms. Like, you have people that are complaining that the game takes too long, like the leveling process takes too long. Well, that's you're asking for that by playing this game, but they're already complaining about that too. So like, you have what's normal for this game, and then you have outliers for this game. So when you leave the desert, it's not brown. Yeah, if you have to go to like Evershade, those places. Is that guy gonna walk away? Whatever. We'll kill him. We should be able to kill him with his buddy. We got some buffs right now. We've got buffs. I love the details of the game. Reminds me to appreciate the current moment and the journey. Sandstorms may need work, but overall are cool addition. Yeah, I think sandstorms are really cool. We just need ways to deal with them. You don't have a way to deal with it. It's just like, I can't see crap. I literally can't see my hand in front of my face. And I think that a lot of players are just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna log out till the sandstorm's gone, which is why they reduced the duration of sandstorms. Now sandstorm duration is like 10 or 15 minutes, which is a good change. So it means, like take a quick break or something, go to the bathroom and that kind of thing. They're not always gonna get it perfect the first time. It's not gonna happen. Remember when playing MUDs, human race didn't have information, but at the same time, it was super easy to buy a torch and have a bunch in a backpack. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I played... Okay, that fire was definitely a full blazing fire, right? It didn't dim. Am I wrong here? Did they break the fires? I think they broke the fire so they don't dim when you when they're about to go out. That's kind of annoying. They really made these procs go off more. Like a lot more. Which is kind of what the Spellblade needed. Paladin Human got a neat light spell. Yeah, I think, like, why do we not have light spells? Why do we have a wizard that can cast fireballs and all these other magical spells? They have a light spell they can cast, but I feel like it should just be a buff. Target a player, cast the light spell, they glow for an hour. Like, why not? Why can't we have that? It doesn't make any sense. I took a break, finally tested Wizard this morning, and it's actually pretty cool. I need to figure out the spell book, though. It's janky progression. I can't stand the progression of the spell book. Like, I don't know who came up with the levels and why they did certain things at certain levels, and like, what is happening? It doesn't make any sense. It's extremely janky. Definitely felt better before. Yeah. When you knew your progression, like I had a fire spell, I got at level 4. I got another one at level 8. I got another one at level 12. Another one at 16. Every 4 levels, I got an upgrade to this line. Or every 8 levels or whatever. You knew when you were getting the upgrades, and it felt better. Now it's like you're just all over the dang place. Not to mention the lightning spells and the cold spells. Flash of ice, flash of lightning. The only spell you ever want to cast of those is the lowest level version. There's no reason to buy a higher level version of those spells at all. I would not recommend casting them ever. Like, I would love for somebody to tell me, hey, here's the reason why we have higher level versions of these spells. I can't figure it out. Didn't have a chance to play MnM, waiting for an invite. How does it work, the book? Well, I mean, spell books they all work the same. But what we're talking about with the wizard specifically are the levels of the spells and when you get them. So it ends up being super janky because you might get like one spell line might have 2 spells in it. Another spell line has 5 different spells in it. So like when you try to go fill in your spell book, you can't make it look nice, neat, and organized. It's like, I don't know, like it just makes it look all weird and not fun. It bothers me, to be honest. But then the thing is, like I was saying, you don't need some of the spells. Once you get the arcane spell line, you just stick to the arcane spell line and use that to level up. Use that for all of your DPS needs. There's no reason to use another one. You use the lightning line if you want to interrupt a spell cast. And you use the ice line, the lowest level of both of these, the ice and lightning, to snare a mob if you want to snare it. But there's also no reason to snare. It's a 3-second snare. 25% for 3 seconds. Like, there's no reason to cast that. Just a point. They're pointless spells. They're just fluff spells that are just added in for no reason. I started the new druid. A level sun spell has 1.3 mana efficiency at level 8, and the new level 8 version has 0.25. Exactly. They didn't fix any of that. Doesn't make any sense to me. Like, they completely missed the mark on efficiency. And that frustrates the heck out of me, man. You get an upgraded spell in the same line, and it wasn't more mana efficient. Like, what? That makes no sense. Why would it not be more mana efficient? And it's not like it does astronomically more damage either. Like, there is something to be said if it did a lot more damage, but it's just not very mana efficient. Sure. But that's not the case either. It doesn't do a lot more damage. It does marginally more damage and less mana efficient. You can use Arcane Filament if you want to have a light. Yeah. You're talking about the mage light that you then have to hold. It's all weird. The heck? Maybe you should organize a QA interview with the devs to cover those questions and issues. I mean, maybe. I don't have a great way of putting things into words. I'm terrible at that. Should make the offhand or range items have light source capability. I mean, yeah. I think you just be able to cast a light. Like, why can't I just cast a light spell on somebody? Like, seriously? We can cast Speed of the Wild and make people run up to 60% faster for an hour. Which is kind of game-breaking. But you won't let us cast a light spell on another player? Like, what? Like, just some of the ideas are just like, I don't get it. It's like they find this thing and they just grasp onto it. They just really hold on tight. Like, we don't want you to be able to see in this game. We want you to be completely and utterly blind. I don't know, man. Made a suggestion for Cleric to have a group light spell. I mean, just a single target light spell would be nice. Doesn't even need to be group. Yeah, they basically made Clerics obsolete in this most recent patch, too. Feels really bad for Clerics right now. They are completely obsolete classes. Yeah, because like right now with a cleric, you can heal really well with the changes to wisdom and whatnot. You heal for a ton, right? But you don't need that. Like a druid can keep a group healed and maintain full mana. What the heck? Why is there a huge train here? Jeez, dude. Somebody literally aggroed every single mob. And then jumped off the edge up here. That's what they did. They aggroed every single mob. And then jumped off the ledge. What time is it? 12 p.m. Well, wait, 12 p.m.? That would be noon. It should be daytime. Oh, now it's 12 a.m. The heck? All right, there we go. We got guards now. We've got some guards that are dealing with this, but geez Louise, dude. Like, who aggroed all these mobs and then ran... Ridiculous. You've never seen a train in EQ? What? So strange that basic light spell is usually level 1 spell in RPGs like Might and Magic, Gothic, Morrowind. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know why they're just so focused on we must make it dark. I don't know. I mean, it looks cool. Like, the lighting and stuff in this game looks really cool. Like, look at that skeleton, you know, like fighting against this right here with the light reflecting. Like, that looks really awesome, you know? But, I don't know. Not being able to see kind of sucks. Whatever. Building a cool world and then making it dark most of the time seems strange to me. I mean, it depends on the world, but yeah. I ended up getting really annoyed this morning. Was mining with the druid in Fallen Pass, and the spellbook vanished when I snagged the corpse. So I petitioned the GM. GM tells me it's in the bank. Won't tell me which bank. No port, no druids, and my first... Yeah, that's kind of weird. Why would your spellbook vanish? That seems odd. You need Darkwood if you build a game around vampires. Yeah, that's true. You need some ways to combat those vampires. That's kind of funny though. Like if you're gonna have this game is like you have darkness and you have sandstorms, but you don't really have a good way to combat those. It's like making a game around vampires, but not allowing your players to get garlic or steaks. You know? Oh, Dark World. You need a Dark World if you build a game around vampires. Yes. Well, yeah, what I'm saying though is like what if they put vampires in this game and like here's vampires. They show up randomly And the only way to kill them is with a garlic and steak. But hey, you don't have garlic or steaks in the game to be able to combat the vampires. So if you see a vampire, you just have to run away. Like, that's kind of what I feel like in this game sometimes. Like, okay, well, I don't have the tools to deal with that situation, so I guess I don't get to really deal with it. I guess I just go the other way. I don't know. It's weird. I died, and when I snagged my body, my spellbook vanished from my inventory and made its way to my bank somehow. Yeah, that's definitely weird. They definitely need to add sand-resistant mask at some point to give vision. Yeah, like something, you know? I don't know if they have the capabilities of doing that. Like, I don't know how that functions. Oh, like when they have a sandstorm in the game, it sets the visibility to be whatever the visibility is. Can they have it to where each individual player has its own personal visibility, and then like your visibility, if you use an item, increases based on that or something? I don't know. I have no idea the functionality behind it. But yeah, I don't know. I think the sandstorms are cool. I just wish that we had ways to deal with them. You made a video a little back about chat colors, combat log. I'm playing an elementalist, but can't figure out how to make... Are you serious, dude? Like, who's training all of this? It'd be cool if the IR site should highlight other players and mobs through the sandstorm in distance. See them red. Yeah, there's a lot of cool things that they could do with that. Here they come again. If I die, you can res me? I shouldn't die. I mean, it's possible, depending on if all those mobs come back. But I can always run around for a minute, too. Oh, yay, my skills are bugged. They didn't fix the bugged skills. Come on, guys. That's frustrating. I thought they said they fixed that in the last patch. Oh my god, dude. I'm getting my butt handed to me by these guys. Is the guard down here? Let's see. This guard's down here. Come on. Come on. Come on, guard. Come on, guard. The heck, dude? You gonna help me or what? There he goes. Jeez Louise. Are they really ready for October EA? Nope. They are not. They are not. I'm going to hate it if they nerf the druid after this change. It will simply feel bad at that point. They're going to have to nerf the druid after this change. Either that or buff every other class. Druid is clearly too good right now. Druid can heal extremely well. It can nuke more efficiently than a wizard. It's got lots of utility. It can port. Like it's too good. It's too good. Just make the mods more powerful again and boost everyone but the druid. I mean, they could do that. That's an option. You know, they could leave the druid exactly where it is and just boost everything else. But it's a lot more work. A lot more work. Yeah, they're doing in my opinion, they're doing a bad job in the balance side of things. I feel like they're not hitting the mark. Wait, did the fire just dim? Okay, I think that fire just dimmed. So it doesn't look like it dims. It just the lighting dims, but the actual fireplace didn't. That's weird. You know, yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's the other thing, right? We can't really judge the druid 100% right now. You can only compare the druid to three classes. You can't really compare it to any of the other classes right now because we don't really know. We don't know what their plan is, you know? Like, some of this stuff feels really bad because we, we're getting bits and pieces. And we're not getting the full picture. So it feels kind of bad. Your money's on Necro? Necro's already super powerful. It's already like the most powerful class in the game. I know they won't, but wish they'd abort the sweeping class changes. I don't think they need to abort the sweeping class changes, but I do feel like they're going a little too heavy. Like, I don't feel like they needed that much of a drastic change, what they're doing. Like, I don't understand it, but I think it's going to end up just causing them more headaches. But hey, we'll see. The most OB class is going to be something random, like a monk. I mean, it might, yeah. I just, here's the issue that I have with it is they're making adjustments, right? They see that there's an issue. They're making adjustments to it. I don't feel like they're doing it quickly enough. You know, like some of these classes, they're going to stay overpowered for far too long. And they're coming in way overpowered. Like, I don't understand why they created the druid, the new druid class, put it in, and then people were like, "Oh, well, we want wisdom to be able to dictate their damage as well as their healing." Okay, cool. That's fine. I don't have an issue with that whatsoever. But the problem with it is that they didn't adjust the numbers at all. They're like, we're not going to adjust anything. We're just going to let you all figure it out and test it. Right? And I'm like, but that doesn't make any sense. Like, why wouldn't you wouldn't adjust any numbers on the damage side of druids? When you're putting them in, and they're clearly going to have a lot of wisdom, so they're now going to be DPSing as well as a wizard and healing. Like, what? Like, I don't know. It just, the whole thing seems kind of weird. All right, let me go turn this in so we can actually get the keys so we can get in and out of here now that it's daytime. Yeah, I don't mind them going the route like what you're saying, Quackums. Like, I don't mind them going the route of having wisdom dictate their damage as well. That's fine, but they need to adjust the numbers. Like, for them to completely not adjust the numbers, and they're like, well, we'll see what happens. Well, I can tell you what's going to happen. Like, come on, go cast a spell and see. Like, it's crazy. The amount of DPS that even Shaman are doing right now is nuts. Shaman doing like 2,600 damage for 300 mana. It's a dot, but it's still 2,600 damage for 300 mana. That's way more mana efficient than a wizard. They did adjust the numbers on spells? No, they didn't. They didn't adjust the number. I'm not wrong, dude. You tell me I'm wrong on things sometimes that you don't have a clue about. They didn't adjust. They literally said they didn't adjust the numbers in the patch notes. The smells curse. This can't be good. Are you certain this is something you want to be involved in? Yes. Whoops. Hand me the bag once more, okay? Now I've got a note. Okay, so we got to take this note back to that guy. Hopefully we get a key at this point. Not that I really need the key, because you're not going to really be in here very long, but whatever. I'm not wrong, dude. You keep saying I'm wrong, but I'm not. I don't like having to prove my point to you over and over. You saw my corpse in the beach in Fallen Pass? Yeah, I jumped off of the cliff up there. Wizard suddenly got healing. I'd want it to scale off of another stat than wisdom. Yeah, like, okay, let's leave druids how they are, but then let's give wizards healing that is based off of intelligence. Let's do that. That sounds like a really swell idea. Winter Wrath was changed. Oh my god, dude. Winter's Wrath is a new spell. Of course it was changed. It was brand new. What I'm talking about are when they changed the wisdom, when they added in wisdom. I don't know why I'm explaining this you again. When they added the wisdom changes in the last patch, right? They said wisdom now increases your damage instead of intelligence. They didn't adjust the druid damaging spells at that point. Like their previous spells that they had. They didn't adjust them. They specifically stated they did not adjust them. It's in the patch notes. And you're trying to say, oh, well, this one spell that they just recently added to the game, they changed. Okay, cool. That's not what I'm talking about. It's literally, we made adjustments to these. We continue to evaluate. So, yeah, they made adjustments to these two spells, right? Cool. But along with a few classes, spell damage and healing, wisdom, we wanted to hold off on adjusting druid spells until this wisdom change rolls out and we got a bit of play data. It's literally right there, dude. So I'm not going to explain myself every single time you think I'm wrong. It's literally written in black and white right here. That sentence right there. So no, I'm not wrong. You're just trying to nitpick. God, you're annoying. Anyway, what is this guy doing? Should have thought twice before crying. What am I doing with this? Do I need to take this back to lightly scented? I think I got to take this back to her again. What's wrong with Pantheon? Was thinking about testing that game. I would not play Pantheon, dude. They have messed up Pantheon so much. They keep saying they're going to fix it, and they are just going to continue to mess it up over and over and over. If you saw how bad Pantheon changes are going right now, you'd feel better. Oh no, like I know how bad they're going. I read a thing or saw a thing about Pantheon where for the what do they call it? The mastery system. You actually had to buy tier 2 masteries to be able to get the tier 1 mastery. Like, what? Are you kidding me? Like, that's such a simple thing. It's Pantheon, guys. I've been trying to tell you, you might want to stay away from Pantheon, but people don't listen to me. Wait, what am I supposed to be doing with this stuff now? I did not read. A note, give me a second, read through those words. I feared what they would say. Oh, I think I need to say something else to that dude back there. I think I need to say, like, keep going or something. Shoot. Do you plan to play EQ Legends? No, I have zero intentions of playing EQ Legends. That game, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be great for some people, but that game is built to be like an ARPG inside of the world of EverQuest. And it's going to die out. And the only way they're going to be able to make EQ Legends, in my opinion anyway, you know, hopefully they prove me wrong, but the only way they're going to be able to make that game fun for people and for people to play it long term is they're going to have to make it like Diablo or Path of Exile, where they have seasons and they do very drastic big changes every season for people to come back and play through for a month or so and do a lot of different things and, you know, make these weird funky builds and all that kind of stuff. That's the only way they're going to make that game worth it. Yeah, people are they're going to play the game for a couple weeks, a month, and they're going to be like, okay, I've done everything. I'm bored. And they're going to quit. Pantheon sucks now? Pfft. Pantheon always. I mean, not always, but. Someone's so eager to throw the social in a You remind me of my younger self. I'm going to give you a chance. When you feel ready, head back into the cemetery during the day with a vigilant group. Necromancy. Note improve. Okay, so I have to kill the named mob now in here. Okay. You could join up with us. You get to level 20-ish. Be fun. Yeah, what are you guys doing at 20? If they want that, that's not EQ anymore. It's not EQ anymore. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they're trying to build, but that's literally what they're building for EQ Legends. Yeah, it's I mean, the game could be very popular and fun for certain people, but it's not what I'm looking for. Right now, what I want out of an MMORPG is like old school style wise is I want a grindy MMO that takes a while to get from level 1 to max level. I want a game that is focused on grouping, and I want a game that is focused on socializing. That's what I'm looking for in an MMO. The only game right now that's actually doing that is Monsters and Memories. They're not doing an amazing job, in my opinion, of that. Like there are some places that they can improve on, but it's the only one. All of the other ones are trying to make their game much more solo friendly, which is fine if that's what they want to make. I'm not trying to tell them not to make that, but I think that what people want that are looking for this style of game is that social aspect. And for some reason, these companies, several of them, do not want to do that. So, yeah. I checked my email Friday. Still no email. Bummer, dude. There's a guy, and I don't want to make you feel bad. There's a guy that came in yesterday, and he was like, he opted in on Thursday, and he got in on Friday morning. We try to level through dungeons and exploration. Yeah, absolutely. That sounds fun. I'm down for that. Is there a difference in using for the higher level wood? No, not right now. There's no benefit to using higher level wood. Not for campfires, right? Not for campfires. You use the higher level wood, I think, to make like arrows or something, like better arrows. People trying to min-max, it makes people compare, while EQ Legends supposedly is also let people just chill and play, explore Norath however they like. Yeah, but it's not going to be that way. The people everything that I've seen for EverQuest Legends so far is the same thing that you hear in every ARPG. You know, what's the best combo, like 3-class combo? Which one do you start with first? Do you start with the warrior? Do you start with a cleric? Do you start with a bard? You know, which class do you start as your base, and then which class is, you know, for the best combo? What gear can you get? You know, that's the best in slot gear for those classes. You know, it's all very much ARPG stuff. Have not figured out how to do better arrows though after steel. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't messed with it personally, so I'm not sure either. Like, I know you take wood and then you take like a piece of iron or whatever, and you can make, you know, iron tipped arrows or whatever it is. Meta mind is almost in every game where it's that. Yeah, exactly. You're always gonna have those meta players, and that's fine. You know, like I don't have an issue with that. I kind of meta this game quite a bit. Everybody is going to min-max to some extent. Everybody's going to. Even the people that are like, I'm not a min-maxer. Okay, then why are you playing the class that you're playing? You know, like. It's funny to me. It's the single dad gamers that are like, I'm not a min-maxer, and it's like, yeah, but you want to be able to level up faster as a solo than you do in a group, so therefore you're trying to min-max. Like, you're trying to minimum effort, maximum return. That's literally what it means. That's the definition of it. It's crazy to me. I think they're fighting this meta mentality too. The old school players. Oh yeah, the old school players are definitely fighting it. They're trying to fight it, but they do it just as much as everybody else does. They just do it very subtly, right? They're very subtle with it. You know, like an ARPG min-maxer is like, I need to have this 1% of this thing rather than a 1% of this thing, because this 1% increases my damage by 1.2538%, and this one only increases it by 1.14782% or whatever. Like, they find the smallest increment, right? But you're still a meta player or min-maxer if you're like, I'm gonna play a necromancer because I want to be able to solo and still level up quickly. That's still min-maxing. You know, you're playing the necromancer to get the maximum efficiency of XP. So you're min-maxing. It's just at a lesser amount. You should get a general one so I could get off the PvP server. Well, yeah. That whole PvP thing, man, I'm tired of talking about it, to be honest with you. It's a whole thing. I mean, I even kind of had a chat with Sean about it. And I was like, yeah, people are playing on the PvP server because they didn't get access to the PvE server. If you give them access to both PvP and PvE, vast majority of players are going to choose PvE. They're just going to. That's why they had to make a PvP only invite. Because people were not joining the PvP server that got invited to the beta. I mean, it's pretty clear. People try to justify things in weird ways. Thanks for the stream. Time to train. Good luck. Take care, bud. Have a good one. Appreciate you stopping by. I kind of want to level this guy to 20 and leave him at 20 for a little bit and like level lock him at 20 to do the bone construct raid a few times. You have to rule set it a bit to improve complete unregulated FFA. It just doesn't work. I mean, it does work for certain player base. You're going to have those people that are going to be like, I played on Talonzek or Valenczek or whichever one. I played on that for years, and it was the most fun I've ever had in a PvP. You know, and it's like, yeah, guys, you realize you're the outliers, right? We were talking about that earlier. Like, there's always going to be outliers. There's always going to be somebody that's outside of the norm. Just always going to be. What is this? Ancient Idol range slot. It's not a bad range slot item for low level. But yeah, I agree with you though. I think that they need to add in more rule sets and stuff for the PvP to make it fun. Like having realm versus realm or like faction based or something. I don't know. There's a lot of ways they could go with it. I think they need to do something like that, and it could make PvP a lot of fun. And I do feel like the FFA side of things, though, is not going to be fun at all. But, yeah, there will be people that find it fun for whatever reason, because they're weird. The idol is from the Grandmaster? Okay. I'm also on the PvP because I didn't get PvE. Seems like 99% of the people on the server are because everyone plays it like PvE and nobody PvPs. Exactly. Like, I've been saying that for a while. I've literally been saying it for a while. But Sean disagrees. And that's fine. Like, no, he can disagree with it. It's his game. He can make it however he wants. But the reason that people are not PvPing and that the PvP server, at least this is my take on it, the reason that people on the PvP server are not PvPing is because they don't care to PvP. They are there for the PvE and they just want to see the game. That's it. That's the reason. There are a few people, sure, maybe 1 out of 1,000 people that go on the PvP server might be like, man, this is really fun. But they're not really getting the full experience of PvP right now. They're getting a kind of half experience to PvP because so many people are PvEing on the server and they don't care to PvP. If you actually open that server up and just let as many people that want in to play it, to PvP it, and they join it, it'll be a completely different thing. Why are these items coming in blue? Like this guy he's talking here. Let me see if I can move. Right here. So like that link is blue. For this item, the link is blue. For this item, the link is green. Links work in blue. Well, the green one works too. Well, like, what happened there? I haven't heard what's going on. I'm a fully PvP player in general. UO, DOC, etc. Just trying MnM for fun, to be honest. Nostalgia and whatnot. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind PvP either. People think that I absolutely hate PvP because I don't think it's going to work in this game. That's not a true statement. I think that PvP can be absolutely a blast. I played Dark Age of Camelot. I played Ultima Online. I played Meridian 59, where PvP was wide open. You know, it was anybody that wanted to you could PvP pretty much all the time. But those games also kind of were developed around the idea of PvP. It wasn't just, I can kill anybody with absolutely zero consequences. And that's why I think that this, like, zero consequence, free-for-all PvP, I personally don't think it'll work. This is also very annoying. Every time I phase shift, I get stuck and I can't move. And I have to jump. I don't know if the devs know about that. I need to, I guess, bug report it. Let me try it again right here. I'm going to make sure that's what's going on. But every time I phase shift, I get stuck in the terrain. Let's try it again right here. Some of the green don't work. A go kill on the other side. There's a name bat. I will. Oh, no. It phase shifted that time, but very delayed phase shift. I don't know. That's weird. AC2 did pretty good with PvP. I love playing Dark Tide, yeah. Oh, there we go. Now I'm stuck again after I phase shift. Oh, I can move backwards, though. Oh, now I can't move backwards, but I can move forward. Oh, wait, there you go. Oh, now I'm stuck. What the... What is happening here? You guys see this? Like, I keep getting stuck randomly, like, in terrain over here. Maybe it's just this area? I don't know what's going on. It could be lag. It could be lag, yeah, in Night Harbor. What's happening? Since I was on the PvP server, I ran around with 2 other Spellblades, all level 12, and we swept through Shade. Shaded one time, never killing someone twice, and the hate messages I got are crazy. That'll happen too. Yeah, that'll happen too. There's so many people on the PvP server that just want a PvE. They have zero intentions of PvP. I love PvP games also. Always did with WoW PvP. Yeah. Like PvP in this EverQuest type of game. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think what they should do, just to, as a test, give everyone that's on the PvP server that only has access to just the PvP server, give those players access to both PvP and PvE, and see how many players switch. That would be a good test, I think. And it would tell you, like, it would tell you how much people on the PvP server actually want to be there for the PvP. You would switch instantly. I think a lot of people would switch instantly. Even if you lose your character, I think people would switch. I think if you allowed people to transfer, it would be like every single person that is on there for the PvE and just happened to get a PvP invite. But I think that, yeah, if they allowed you to transfer your character, it'd be even more people. But even without transferring your character, I still think it would be a lot. You bet 90% would go PvE? I think so, too. I think a lot of people would switch. Can't even find a group for hours. Level 14 Shaman would be nice with the small influx of people from the PvP server. You're talking about on the PvE you can't find a group? Or on the PvP server you can't find a group? I mean, people don't want to play the PvP server. It's clear. It's very clear. Right now you can't on PvE. Yeah, I'm kind of doing an experiment with that myself right now. I have my PvP or my LFG tag on. I've had it on the entire time that I've been online today, which has been 2 hours, and I've gotten one invite, and that invite was for Wormsbane, but I'm almost level 12, and Wormsbane is... You basically out-level it around level 12. Like, you don't really want to be in there anymore. So I told him, I was like, hey, I appreciate it, but, I'm about to out-level Wormsbane. I don't want to go down there, get to the deepest part of Wormsbane, which is, like, level 10 or 11 or maybe 12 mobs. Yeah, I just don't want to do that. Trying to get into Ancient Crypt now. Yeah, Ancient Crypt would be good for that level, around level 14. Absolutely. Thank you, Skog. Appreciate it, bud. Coming in, giving me some buffs and some healing. Awesome. All right, where do these mobs go? People kill these, I guess. We got to go over here. We got to find some more Emmonies. More Emmonies to kill. I think you're mixing up the N and the M. Nah, they're Emmonies. There's a lot of people on PvP. It's not that hard to find groups. Well, no, he was talking about the PvE server on the group, finding a group thing. At low levels, gotta go to camps. I'm telling you, people don't really know how the LFG works. They don't know about the looking for group lists. Yeah, they probably don't. That's very true. Yeah, people aren't utilizing it, all that kind of stuff. Hey, what's going on, Xenocider? How you doing, bud? I'm usual sit 4+ hours LFG to get a group on my Cleric 29. Is that in PvP or PvE server that you're looking for group for hours? This is why I keep saying. That's why I keep saying, like, people need to... Or we need the game to be more group focused. At least I think we do. I love killing mobs solo, my monk. You're on PvE, Garm, and you sit LFG for hours? Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. It's bugged on PvP, probably hurting people grouping. Oh, that's right. They changed it, didn't they? Didn't they recently change it on the PvP server so that something about the PvE or the LFG system or something? I think they recently changed it. To be honest, EQ and MnM are pretty much PvE games. If you really want to put out their PvP server, you have to work on it. Maybe zone restrictions. Yeah, they need a lot. You can't slash who? Ah, that's what it was, yeah. I made like 10 different groups over the weekend, but never touched LFG once, only OOC, and they came to our camp and filled. That's awesome, yeah. That's good. Yeah, the whole thing just kind of, I guess it just feels kind of bad. As a cleric, we don't bring much to the group over druid and shaman. Yeah, right now, clerics are one of the worst classes in the game. Like, why would you put a cleric in your party? They heal more efficiently, but you don't need the efficient heals, so what's the point? Like, it's very frustrating playing a cleric right now. Whoops. I moved too quickly. The heck? There we go. I mean, there are so many people that are coming in here. I didn't realize how popular this this area was. Yeah, we'll have to see what they do though with the cleric. The class changes to the cleric, because like if they change the cleric enough, they could potentially make it a good class to have. Hang on. Kaz is going to show me something. All right. I guess we'll get on this guy. See, let me see if he's on Discord. How did you hotkey Bandit? Pretty sure when I dragged it down there, it wouldn't work. You have to drag the entire thing. So what you have to do is like click and hold. And see how you get like the whole box, not just the item, and then you put that down there. So you get the entire box. Kaz is going to show me where something is that I need. Maybe. I'm at the bank. Where do you want me to run to? You want me to meet you in Fallen Pass or something? What mask am I using? Where can I find that? I'm using the Gaze of Empire. This mask is Giants. Giants in Vale of Zintar. It's a fairly rare drop off the Giants. What is good to play class-wise? It depends on what you want to do. Like, what's your ultimate goal? There's a lot of good classes. DPS. Right now, DPS-wise, I'd play a Spellblade or an Archer because they've had their classes redone recently. You can also play a Wizard, but I still feel like the Wizard needs more work. Rogue is kind of terrible DPS-wise at the moment. What is Spellblade? It's kind of a mix of it's like a melee wizard. So you take instead of having like spells that you cast on an enemy, you infuse yourself with abilities so that when you swing your weapon, you proc damage. So they're a melee, very melee focused class. There's a lot of good classes, and then there's Wizard. Yeah, the Wizard, it's still a good class, but it needs some love for sure. Definitely needs some love. Spellblade sounds really cool. Yeah, that's what I was just playing a minute ago. I don't know if you were here just a second ago when I was playing the Spellblade. That's my current class that I'm leveling up. I'm not playing it super quickly by any means. I'm just playing it whenever I feel like it. So yeah. Happen to have Sal. No. You just hopped in? Okay, yeah. So the Spellblade is right now it's okay. Like the first several levels are kind of just turn on auto attack and hit a couple of buttons here and there. But I just hit level like 11 or something on mine today, or almost 12, I think. And it's starting to open up a little bit. You get multiple different stances or infusions that you can use. So it's getting there. Makes sense in EQ. Beast Lord. You wanted something different? Yeah, they have Beastmaster in this game if you wanted the same thing. But if you want something different, Spellblade is different. It's definitely different. And it's a decent class. I don't know how it's doing right now. I would need to actually talk to some people, but we have a guy in the guild. It's got a level 60 Spellblade. I don't know if he's on right now, though. Yeah, he's not on right now. I need to find out from him, like if it's good or not. Hard to make the change from EQ to MnM, but I'm going to give it a chance. I personally like this game better. Like I played so much EverQuest years and years and years ago. I'm kind of done with EverQuest. I'm just kind of past it, you know. I prefer something new that it's not completely figured out. Like you don't know. You don't know everything about everything, I guess. They never allow boxing. You could go to a no boxing server and they don't allow it. So they're going to have no box server. They're going to have boxing servers. And it looks like now they're going to have even a two box server, meaning you can have two characters at one time. So if you want to have some boxing, but limited boxing. So they're looking at all that. I have no idea how they're going to end up policing that. Like really policing that. Like they've got ways they can do it. I just don't know how well it's going to work. So there will be servers though that are going to be no boxing servers. and they are definitely cracking down on it. They're cracking down on the boxing. They're cracking down on just cheating in general. They're cracking down on like real money trading. They actually had a post yesterday right here. This is the real money trading that they had a post on. So, wait, is Kaz? What the heck? How did I get out of... My Discord just like crashed over here. Kaz, where am I going? Oh, I'm here next to you. Yep, right next to you. I do have Sal, yeah. It may be a slow one, but I have one. No, it's fine. I just want to know where it is. I can always come over here some other time, like early in the morning or whatever. How do you spin your stats for the Spellblade? I would recommend Dex and Strength. Lots of Dex, lots of Strength. Both of those are going to be nice to have. I would recommend putting them all into Dex in the beginning. Strength is much easier to cap out. It's the easiest stat in the game to cap out. So I would put your points into Dex. And then maybe some points into Intelligence for some more mana and stuff. Not a big deal, but... Yeah, like you see my strength right now is 136, and I'm not even trying to put points into strength. Like I put 0 points into strength. It's just what I get from... You want an invis potion for this? My listen crashed again? Oh my gosh, what the heck is happening here? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Why would I aggro stuff? What? I don't even know what happened. I don't even know, like, what? I don't... I've gone over there many times and never aggroed stuff. Oh. Yeah, I don't know why my my Discord keeps crashing on that computer. Probably, yeah. I do have Sal. It's just probably the it's the low level version. What's the best points for Archer stats? Should I go agnostic? Agnostic. Your deity doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter at all right now. But as far as what stats you should go, strength and dexterity are the only two. Huh? I guess. I have no idea. I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure I talked to a couple people about it, and I think that's the note that I need. Only on the named, or like... That's so dumb. What mask do you want? Yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to solo this stuff. We'll have to find out. Alright. Train to the guards. So that's fun. Well, I did make Sal potions. Yeah, it's only 30% though. Yeah, I'm way past that. Like, I'm on my way back. There's a lot more rats on the way, so. Wait, is it literally that one that you're talking about right there? Oh, I thought it was like way deeper than that. So you had to sit in this little corner over here? Yeah, you can quad pretty well here, Pity. It's a good spot. I've never aggroed anything there, so I don't know what happened. Oh, it's a full moon. Yeah, we should go over there and try to get that. I'm way up in a corner right now. I shouldn't aggro anything. Yeah, I saw him, yeah. I can't really do platinum. Yeah, it's going to be a pain in the butt to level that up at this point. And get 20 from potion. Alright, so just sit up in here. The problem is, like, they run. If they run, it's going to aggro more. Yeah, I stunned that one, but I mean, there was nothing else over here either. No, I don't have that. No, I was. They reserved them. What they're doing is they're reserving. Yeah, if you get a bunch of scepters, so which is fine. Like, it's not a big deal. It is, yeah. I mean, dual wield is about as good. I mean, technically, if I got the 2 raid weapons, the 2 raid one-hander weapons, it probably would be better. But I don't know. That weapon is almost a 1 ratio. Like, it's at 39 damage, 40 delay. It's ridiculous. The weapon you're talking about, it's 39 damage, 40 delay. Yeah, it's ridiculous now. I'm gonna have to kill it though, right? No, I killed the guard just a second ago. I ain't got no arrows. Yeah, see, I got 2. It's fine. I'll kill the guard first. I can check the bank. I don't think I do. Oh, wait. No, I do. I don't know if you have one that you can use, though. Yeah, I have to check. Yeah, I wasn't hitting it. Yeah. It's ridiculous, like, how much wisdom casters can nuke for now. I don't know, but it's ridiculous. They did not factor all that in. They should have. My experience playing this last weekend, level 20 druid, is their healing kit is way too strong. Kind of confusing. It confused why someone would go cleric over druid. Yeah, they recently changed it, and healing and damage on druid and shaman is just too good. Is that raider gonna always be right there? Or is that path? Well, I don't know. I think he just spawned there, right? Alright, there he goes. He's moving. Alright, well, I mean... What? I don't know which one that is. Is that the one that's up top? instead of nerfing, should they just buff the cleric? Well, yeah, we're kind of waiting on the rework on it. That's the thing. Like, can't really compare cleric to a druid or shaman or cleric because they haven't redone those classes yet. So it's very unfortunate. Like we literally can't. Yeah, we can't compare a lot of the stuff in this game right now. It feels kind of bad. If we pull the raider, it'll pull those other ones to the side. I mean, we can kill all this. It doesn't matter to me. I'm with a group here. I couldn't solo it. I mean, honestly, I might bring over my wizard over here. If I'm soloing this, solo it on my wizard and then just log over to Criddle and loot it. What? Nothing's coming after you right now. But nothing that I see. How do you know where you are, town or whatever zone? Where you, like, how do you know in game where you are? You can type slash, well, actually, you just have to know. Like, I mean, you just kind of know where you are. What do you mean, how do you know where you are? I don't understand the question, I guess. No, you just know what zone you're in. That sounds awful. Never a good thing. You can type, yeah, you can type /look and it'll tell you if you're not looking at something special, it'll, in your mud commands, it'll say you are in Fallen Pass. So that'll tell you what zone you're in, I guess. But you just know what zone you're in. You just eventually know. I don't know. Maybe like a Shadow Knight might use it. L is your look hotkey, so it'll just basically look, right? If you are not looking at something special, it'll tell you what zone you're in. If you're looking at something special, though, it'll give you some flavor text for it. That's how it works. But you should just kind of know what zone you're in. When you zone into a zone, it tells you what zone you're in. Like, when you zone into it, it says you have entered Fallen Pass or whatever zone you're in. So whenever you zone from one zone to another zone, it tells you automatically. There's a mask over here for Kaz. A wisdom mask. Care. Be awesome if we get both the drops and one kill right now. If it spawns. We can just kill everything. With all of us here, we can kill all of it. It doesn't matter. Where's a good spot after Upper Undead in Fallen Pass? Starting to green out. The Upper Undead are like what, level 20-ish? Yeah, you need to give me like a level range that you want mobs at. That's easier. I don't remember what level those mobs are up there. They're like 20 something. Whatever. I'm 26, so anything around there? 26, you can start to kill like the roaming mobs that are over in Glass Flats, just on the other side of the Sungreet Strand zone line. Trying to think of what else around 26. You can start doing the orcs, I think. There's some orcs in Vale of Zintar that start to become pretty good around the mid to high 20s, I guess. Poachers, yeah, you have the poachers that are over in Keeper's Bite. Those are mid 20s. That's actually not bad. 7 int. Spyglass. 7 int. Range slot item. It's pretty good. Felix drop table's too good. I don't remember anything being good on it. That was good. I'm going to give that to my wizard for sure. But I don't remember anything really being that good on Felix. What other items does he drop that's really good? I mean, he's kind of an undercon too. Like he's actually a pretty challenging fight. Well, I guess we're going to sit here and do this for a little while. Why not? Give us something to do today. Something to do, something to chat about. You want me to check for a shield, Kaz? I can camp out and look real quick and let you know what I have. All right, give me a second. It's on my other characters. Let me camp out and look in the bank. Legs and helm are good? Okay. These are also a good, I think, around that level 20-something range. No, these are higher, I think. These are like level higher 40, like closer to 40, high 30s. Favorite version of old school MMO? MnM, EQ, Pantheon? MnM is my favorite right now, by far. Yeah, I don't have another shield at all, Cass. I've got the Torvald shield is the only other shield that I have in the bank. What happened to my shield that I had? I had another shield. Oh, it's a kite shield, though, and you can't use the kite shield, right? Yeah, you got to use a buckler. Yeah, it's the only shield I have is a Torvald shield, which needs more stats on it. Like 20% haste is good, but it needs something else for how difficult it is. I don't understand, like, who would use this shield out of all these players? I don't think anybody would use this. Because you want to use, for the Fighter, Inquisitor, Paladin, and Shadow Knight, you want to use a Tower Shield, which has way more AC on it. And a Ranger and Bard, I don't see them ever using a shield. But maybe. Maybe one day. But I guess we're going to do this for a little while. This will be fun. A Twink, maybe? A Twink, yeah, from level 1 to 10 may use a shield until they get dual wield, I guess. But I think you're better off giving them a two-handed weapon for, like, more damage or something. Does shield make you more tanky with block? It does, yes. So they increase block. Shockingly enough, block only capped out at 100 previously. It now caps out at 300, but I haven't raised mine to 300 yet. I probably should. But it's still not worth using for most situations. In my opinion, it's not. You're better off dual wielding or using a two-handed weapon if you can't dual wield. Like DPS is still king. But block, what block will do is when you block, it reduces the physical damage by half. So it can be nice depending on how much you block. How's parry compared to block? Parry's way better. Parry will completely negate a hit. So parry and dodge are basically the exact same thing. So you can parry an ability, or sorry, you can parry an attack, and it will just zero out the damage. So very strong. And then you just cap out your agility. You get as much agility as you possibly can. And yeah, you'll parry, dodge, and block a lot. You have more options with parry, right? Since you can dual wield. Yeah, parry is with anything. As long as you have a weapon in your hand, you can parry. Imagine it's better for big hitting raid names where slow can land. For the block, yeah, block is good until you get it slowed. I did raid mobs recently, just yesterday actually. We did a raid mob, and I was doing it dual wield and an offensive stance. There was no reason for me to use a shield or go to defensive stance. The reason you want to do offensive stance and dual wield is for the more damage, for the more threat, so that you can... The players don't pull aggro off of you is the main reason for it. But hopefully they make those changes soon. I want raid bosses to hit extremely hard. They need to make armor class work more effectively. They need to increase block to make it work a little bit better. Or just make it needed. But then if they do that, they need to give these tanks ways to gain threat easier. Right now, the main way you gain threat is through DPS. So if you have a low DPS tank, you just have low threat. And that kind of feels bad. Pustulax DPS is really weak. Not sure if it's debuffs are too good. Well, that's part of it. Debuffs are too good. The mob damage isn't high enough. I mean, I think the mob only hits for like 300 or so, maybe 350 auto attacks. You have some level 60 just regular group mobs that hit for up to 300 damage. So it doesn't really hit any harder than a single group mob. Also, its abilities don't work properly sometimes. So the Pustulax has a knockback ability that it does, which sometimes it triggers, sometimes it doesn't trigger. It's just kind of random. It has adds that only spawn sometimes. Just it's got some different ability. They just don't work. The raid bosses in this game just don't work very well. If there's no reason, it doesn't matter how good mitigation it gives. Yeah, exactly. So true armor class feels so placebo. So yeah, armor class, the higher level you get, the less effective armor class is. At low level, armor class does a lot. At high level, it does almost nothing. So the way that armor class, to my knowledge of how armor class works, is let's say a mob can swing for, 50 to 100 damage. But it's getting bonus from its strength, and it's getting a bonus of 100 damage. When you take damage, your armor class will lower that 50 to 100 of the initial hit. It can lower that, but it doesn't lower the bonus damage. It's the way that armor class currently functions. So they need to make it to where armor class can lower that bonus damage as well. Then they can increase the amount of damage that mobs do and say, okay, well, now you just need more armor class to reduce the damage back down. But currently, it doesn't work that way. Seriously, need to remove the raid mob? I agree, yeah. Remove the raid mobs until they are actually ready to be played. Yeah, the raid mobs right now are just not great. They said they were fixing AC though, right? Yes, they are fixing the AC. They found what the problem is, and they're fixing it. I don't know when that fix is going to happen, but they are fixing it. You get hit for 1k if you have 4k HP. What, the mob? Yeah. I mean, I have 5k HP raid buffed. Why is this not letting me loot that? That's so weird. You aren't grouped? Oh, that'll do it. I'm not grouped. Thank you. I forgot that I camped out. Whatever. I don't know who the leader is. I don't know if it's Kaz. Did I get kicked out of Discord again? Oh, there. Okay, no, I didn't. I think he's AFK. Which one is that? Is that the... No. No, that's fine. We can get some more. We just have to get more of the hearts. Get hearts. We can have as many sal potions as we want. Every 2 hearts you get, I can make a sal potion. Super easy. I mean, they're annoying to get, but it's not hard to get the mats for them. The hardest part are the 2 wolf hearts because they're kind of rare. So we just have to get wolf hearts. But for every 2 wolf hearts, you can make a sal potion. The rest of the mats are a joke to get. Just because you are on the PvP server doesn't mean you have to try to kill everyone you see. That is true. That is very true. But people will. There will be people on the PvP server that will absolutely be like, oh, I see another player. I'm going to go kill them. Does anybody know where you can get Flame Stalk? Is that even dropping? I need Flame Stalk. I need Dewdrop. And I don't know where to get either of those mats. And I don't think Dewdrop is in the game. From what somebody told me recently. Flame Stalk, though, I don't know if it's in the game or not. Where's Vor at? Vor was going around getting that stuff. I might go run and make a sandwich real quick. We're just going to chill and camp this for a little bit? Is that what the plan is? Well, we can do that. What's this? A flawed diamond? I don't want a flawed diamond. I hate this bug, man. When you like drop something on somebody, you can't see the item when it first goes in there. It's so annoying. Spectral dust. Maybe. I don't remember what that's for, if that's for anything in alchemy. It might be. I think it might be. I don't remember. I'll check later. That might actually be... It's for something. I just don't remember what it was. It was a low-level thing. Yeah, that ranged item we just got though from Felix, that's gonna be really good on the wizard. Because I'm using the 30 mana, like 30 HP item still, which is good at low level, but this is better now. Yeah, I think it is, yeah. Had that spyglass on mine, but I bought it. Yeah, we just happened to kill the mob. We just happened to be here and kill it, and it just dropped it. I'm like, all right. Archer good at soloing? Yeah, they are, actually. They're better now at soloing than they used to be. Does it spawn here and then move out, or does it spawn? It doesn't spawn somewhere else and walk here? I mean, I almost always see the dude up, so. Trying to get my mage as far as possible before I get gimped. Yeah. That'll happen. Any slot. They're doing all the classes eventually. They got to do it much faster than what they've been doing. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't. They need to have all 18 classes in my opinion, by the end of June. No, that's the thing. That's why I say they need to have them all in by June, by the end of June, because they need to find out how, if they're good or bad, how they need to adjust them and balance them. Yeah. I think the druid just needs his numbers tweaked now. Yeah, it's not an interesting system. Mostly. Now they just need to tune the numbers on Wizard. Wizard, you don't really want to use the glyph system, though. It's just not really worth using. I don't know. Yeah, it's not worth using. I don't know, but it adds like 2 seconds to every cast time. Like, nobody's gonna want to deal with that. Just for some like versatility, like. You only need to put up like 2 or 3 DPS spells anyway, depending on what group you're in. Like a group or solo. I don't think they should be okay with that result. Yep. That's why I say they need to have them all in by June so they can fix them. They're not on a good timeline right now. I've had several groups with multiple druids in them, so that's what's coming up through the mid-20s. Yeah, druid right now are crazy powerful at the moment. Eldritch, Blink, Root, Volley, Volley, Volley. AoE, Claim, Rinse, Repeat. Yeah, I mean that'll work. If you don't mind getting like slow kills, you can do volley, reclaim, volley, reclaim, volley, like volley, reclaim 4 times, and then volley nuke. Or actually, you would do a volley, reclaim it for a 5 stack, and then another volley, reclaim it, another volley, reclaim it. Actually, the third volley you nuke, then reclaim it or something. Like, that's what I would do. Hey, why would anybody want that? I looted it. Yeah, he looked at it and he didn't loot it. Yeah, you have to actually. It's weird. You have to actually have seen the item in that play session, and you can see the link. But if you haven't seen the item during that play session, you can't see the link. It's really strange. I volley 3 different mobs, so they all take more damage from the AoE than reclaim. Get all it back. Maybe 100 mana that I spent. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. So if you volley, like if you have 4 different mobs you're trying to quad kite, you volley all 4 of them. You do 1 AoE to hit all 4 of them. You reclaim, then you volley all 4 of them, and you keep repeating that process. It's very mana efficient. Like extremely mana efficient. But it's going to slow your play down quite a bit, right? But you don't really ever have to sit down. So like I would like to see somebody do the timer of doing volley 4 mobs, nuking, reclaiming, and killing those 4. And doing that, like how much XP you get per hour. And then doing it where you don't volley at all, you just nuke them down. And meditate back up and see what the XP per hour is that way. I don't know which one would actually be better. It's hard to know what to play. My main is a rogue, but obviously it's a chocolate teapot. I don't know what that means, but I like the analogy. It's fun. How is the solo ability of Spellblade? Spellblade can solo a little bit better than a rogue because it's going to have its kinetic ward ability, so it's going to be able to take some hits that a rogue would otherwise just go straight to health pool. So the Spellblade can definitely tank better or take hits better than a rogue can. Also, the Spellblade isn't required to be behind the mob to do the most damage. It's got an ability that teleports you behind the mob, but yeah, the solo ability of a Spellblade is higher than that of a rogue, for sure. At the end, when one is left standing, where you can low-level volley reclaim to full for final kill. Let's start another quad. Yeah, you could do that. I just don't know, like, time-wise, if that would be worth it. I'm going to go make a sandwich really quickly for lunch. I'm kind of hungry. I'm going to go make a sandwich real fast. You guys are good here for a minute, right? While I do that. All right, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, I'm going to make a sandwich real quick for lunch. Saying it's useful as a chocolate teapot. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So, like, yeah, because you put hot water into a chocolate teapot, it's just going to melt. Yeah, I got you. All right, give me just a minute. I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to go make something to eat real quick for lunch, probably grab a drink, and I'll be back up here in a couple minutes. Alrighty. All right, what was that? What did he give me? The ring. Yeah, see, this is eh. Maybe what we can do today is, I don't know, I'll read through some of the posts on the Wizards. Oh boy. We'll see what people are saying about the Wizard. You can never be late to this party, Seminole. Never be late to this party. Yeah, let's see what people are saying about the Wizard with the changes now. They've had a few days to play it. Just started my Wizard, so don't have much feedback yet, but I feel pretty strong that Reclaim Magic should not aggro if it doesn't actually reclaim any magic. I agree. Kind of a weird change to make. Level 60 Wizard Fizzle. Just got on here to tell you the current implementation of the Wizard is amazing. Oh boy. Felix. I had a level 1 mob resist a spell on my Wizard. Like, I've had more happen more than once, too. I'm pretty sure there's a mathematical error. Got another spyglass. I mean, whatever it is, it's good. So I hated it at first, but the more I practice with it, the more I love it. The audio is good. The graphics are fun. Jazz hands for 30 seconds if you don't cast. I have 164 intelligence self-buffed for reference, which is not a lot compared to my other wizard friends. There are so many wizards so very unhappy, but I think they are very wrong. Okay. This is amazing. Please, please, please don't take the glyphs back because of the QQ. Wizards, practice with your glyphs. Like I can't take this review seriously. I just can't. You can use them on the fly, and they have addressed most of our complaints already. You can AoE around you for 1200 to 1900 without damaging yourself. Yeah, but when would you want to use that? In a group is the only situation where you would want to do this AoE, the Novas, right? But what groups are you going to be wanting to do that with, where the tank can actually hold aggro on those mobs? because they currently can't. So they like that's one of those things that we can't really test it. You can siphon 100 mana off of each quad per cast. You can siphon 400 mana from a quad off of a cast. Anyway, so 347 mana. Nuke cost is 440 or 247. My single target surge spells are critting for 1900 for 165 mana. The flash spells are fun because they're so fast. Yeah, but they're not worth casting except for to interrupt a spell cast or something, and you only use the level 1 version. Anyway, this is all level 60 perspective. I don't know about below my level. If you cantrip all your glyphs, you have most of your spells upon death. It is amazing. I don't think you do, though, right? Because you don't have your spell book. If you don't have a spell book equipped, I don't think you can cast a spell from your cantrip. Right? I also don't take anybody seriously that's doing stuff like you are. And they did it multiple times. And in random all caps like this. Like, I just... This sentence is just wrong. Like, you're trying to emphasize, like, how much this is true, but it's not a true sentence. Dev team home run. You did a great job. Other wizards. Practice, 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 and give it more chances. Use each spell and pay attention. Use the Novas for up-close green-killing farming for fun. Siphon for each single target or quad. I'm not trying to be mean here, but I don't take any of this seriously. This seems like a 100% sarcastic post. Just saying. I'm a wizard, Harry. Yeah, like, I don't know. I kind of want to post, what's the point of the flash of lightning spells as you get higher level? That's kind of my bigger take. Cantrip does allow you to cast spells without spellbook. A cantrip does. But what they said is you cantrip your glyphs. Right? If you cantrip all your glyphs, you have most of your spells upon death. But you don't. Because if you don't have a spell book for the glyph, when you do the glyph, it casts the spell that's in your spell book. If you don't have a spell book, you can't cast the glyph. So cantripping your glyphs is pointless. Or it's a bug. Right? I mean, I may be wrong on that. I'm like legit asking the question. Like, can you actually, without a spell book, put your cantrips on and cast whatever spell you want? I'm pretty sure you can't. I like the adjustment to the damage, but it's not enough and needs to be increased. I like the adjustments to the spell cast times, but perhaps the biggest nuke times could be decreased. This is funny. Replaced on that continent. It's all the same continent. There is no second continent. It doesn't exist. I mean, I get what they're trying to say there, but there's no second continent. Like this isn't World of Warcraft where you have two separate. That's not a thing. I think people think since you have to take a boat that it must be two land masses. Yeah, I guess maybe. I mean, I would like one to be closer. Like I think that they should have one in Scarwood or something. You know, like another one over there in that area would be really nice. But it also gives a little extra to the Druid. Druid can port back and forth between the two easily. So I don't know. I'd like the glyphs a lot more if they were instant, able to be cast while moved or not. Tiny cast bar is silly and takes precise time. You can currently move while casting the glyphs, so I'm not sure why there's an issue there. And have minor passive bonus. The spell could be catalyzed ahead of time, such that you can catalyze and be ready to cast one spell, but have glyphs for another spell ready or running certain glyphs for the passive. I mean, I could see that, where you can have one spell ready, but I mean, that's kind of the benefit. I don't know, man. Like, there's a benefit to having glyphs, which is being able to cast, always have access to a bunch of spells. I don't know. The way it is now feels like I have less agency. This word has been coming up a lot in this game. Agency. It's coming up so much. Well, in PvP, you have agency to do blah, 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 blah. And this, and you have blah, blah. Agency just keeps popping up in everything that I see in this game. And outplay ability, in my idea, allows for you to have a spell ready, a backup spell, and alternative reason to be in other glyph states while adding a QO for the... I don't know how they're going to do that. And I also don't understand why they quoted this. Why is this in quotes? I don't understand. I don't like waiting to level 16 to feel like I'm doing wizard damage. Corrected the sustained damage while reducing the nuke. If wizards are the best DPS, shouldn't we get both? I agree with that, yeah. I mean, it's essentially a cycle of nuke till OOM, barrage reclaimed to full, with some ability to customize situation bands. I like the idea with the wizard. I want to play my wizard in a group setting and try the volley, nuke, reclaim, volley, nuke, reclaim, volley, nuke, reclaim. Like, and continually do that. Like one volley, then a nuke, then reclaim, and then another volley, then a nuke, then reclaim. You could do that forever. Like, and do crazy amounts of damage that way. What I like, Wizard is feeling great after the tuning. The damage feels like it's much more there, and having a level 8 big nuke was great addition. The changes to glyph combos are exactly what I hoped for. I love the glyph system and the direction the class is headed overall. I'm really excited for what will be once the kinks are worked out. Okay. Translocate unlocks way too late. I kind of agree with this. I think translocate and the in-zone evac need to unlock way sooner. AoE reclaim, mana, aggroing enemies you aren't fighting feels bad. Sure does. Really annoying when not able to cast reclaim because something else you aren't fighting wanders by. That feels really bad. Losing Seal of Magic. Losing Seal of Magic for no mana when an enemy dies in a group situation. This kind of leads to gameplay where Wizard is actively trying to not kill things. Multiple Wizards having to compete for same Seal of Magic stacks to sustain. Yeah, that's not cool either. Yeah, I don't like that. It's not fun having your mana return not be predictable after casting a sequence of spells and losing efficiency from inevitable overstacking enemies because both wizards are trying to stay active and DPS. 100% agree. Some spells lack level-based spell scaling. This leads to odd results like Arcane Surge doing more damage than the longer cast time and higher cost Ice Blast at level 12. Both these spells are learned at 8, but only Surge scales with level. That right there is a very, very, very important statement. And one of the first things that I noticed is like there's zero reason to cast Ice Blast or whatever it is over the Arcane Surge since you get them both at the same level. There's absolutely no reason. Same with the lightning spells. There's no reason to cast the lightning spells other than the first one that you get, which is at whatever level 8 or whatever it is. Absolutely no reason to cast it. And it just feels so bad. I don't know why that they did that. Level 51. Let's see what this person says. Like, this one is at least... This is very organized. Where you're hunting, glass flats, undead near the tower. What I like. Okay, I like the variety of new spells. Yeah, particularly the arcane and lightning surge lines. Short casting, low mana cost, and moderate damage. The arcane line, yes. The lightning line, I don't think it works that way. You don't want to go to work today. I don't want you to go to work today either. It makes me feel like I can contribute damage during the whole fight. Yes, like this. I haven't looked at. I don't know about the lightning surge, but definitely the arcane is definitely worth. It's the only one that's worth casting, really. The glyph system is pretty fun once you get used to for a couple hours. I really like having access to all my damage lines, buff lines, and utility lines without ever changing a spell. I mean, the glyph system's nice. I feel like it's only nice, though, for your buffs that you don't want to put on your bar. So you just have access to those buffs to be able to cast them whenever you are needing them, but then also be able to cast your damaging spells. Like if I could reduce my glyphs, like right now you have 4 glyphs and a catalyst. If I could only use like 2 glyphs and a catalyst, and I could get the arcane spells, the arcane damaging spells, and my buffs, for example, like if I can just get those, be all I would need. I like the variety of point blank AoE and storm spells. Kudos. The storm spells are terrible. They're terrible. I like the new spell graphics. Those are good. Yeah, some of those are pretty good. What I don't like and why. The glyph system is clunky and it doesn't feel rewarding enough for all the extra effort and risk taken. I would agree with that. Given that a fizzle, an interrupt, out of range, etc. will break the combo, causing you to recast the whole combo. Yep. Remembering 30 plus spell combos all the time is taxing for no real measurable benefit. 8 out of 10 times inside of a group, 3 to 4 spells memorized is all you rotate through. Once an hour, you'll rebuff, and the glyph saves this. Yeah, and that's how I look at it. Like, you only need like 3 or 4 spells in a group, so then you put your buffs also on your bar, and then you don't worry about it. I don't feel the glyph system is bringing enough to the table. It just doesn't feel good to me. The auxiliary default attached to the ice and arcane spells don't last nearly long enough. The auxiliary debuffs attached to the ice and arcane. They mean ice. Well, yeah, I guess the arcane. Yeah, it's 3 seconds. I would agree with that. With cast times of 3+ seconds, a 3-second duration on the spell, slow, or snare is basically worthless. Yeah, it is. It is not worth casting the ice spells at all. They're less mana efficient. That 3-second duration of a snare is not worth it. It's just not worth it. Fireball is way too mana inefficient and way too low damage for waiting 48 levels to use. Thank you. That is absolutely huge. Like this person, like why are we waiting 48 levels to get what they consider your like a wizard's bread and butter a skill? Like why? 48 levels and then you get another one at 60 and it's still not very mana efficient? Just feels so bad, man. It feels so bad. You want to answer that with snark, but you'll leave it this time? Can I put this over here? I can. Can I put this over here? I can. Can I put this over here? I cannot. All right, let's see. Overall, I like the glyph system. Just needs a little icing on the cake to make it desirable. I mean, I think the biggest icing on the cake for the glyph system is reduce the cast time of the spell you're casting when you use a glyph. Like, it's very simple to me. Like, that's a huge change that needs to happen. And they said it would happen, and it didn't happen. Any spell cast with the glyph system gains 3% damage or cast faster. We need some kind of real benefit to the glyphs instead of just spell bar variety. Yeah. Yeah, it needs to cast faster. It needs, like, when you use the glyph system, it should take off 2 seconds of the cast time. Whatever the cast time is, 2 seconds. Like, if it's a 10-second cast time, it goes down to 8. If it's a 3-second cast time, it goes down to 1. Like, you need to take off 2 seconds from that glyph system. It has to happen. Translocate should be available at level 20. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I don't know if 20 is good, but a lower level, 50 is too high. What's going to happen is there's going to be going to add an extra 2 seconds just for me. I mean, it does currently add an extra 2 seconds to use the glyph system. If a spell costs 4 seconds to cast and you use the glyph system, it actually becomes 6 seconds. It feels really bad. It's crazy to me that the cast time is still like that for glyphs. Didn't they literally say it was supposed to be about the same? Yes, they did. They literally said, because people questioned that immediately before they implemented it into the game, when they just did a deep dive on it. People are like, yeah, but how is that going to work? And the dev's response was, it's going to be about the same cast time. And then they implemented it into the game, and it was not. And it just makes you feel like, what the heck? Like, seriously, what the heck? Like, you literally answered the question and said it was going to be one way and put it into the game a completely different way. Like, I don't know. Maybe they didn't understand the question. Maybe I don't know. I have no idea. Glyph system should go back into the dev's back pocket, in my opinion. I mean, I like the idea of the glyph system. I think it's a really cool idea. It's implemented very, very poorly. Very poorly. Even a spell like Exodus, level 16, were given a party effect. That would be great too, to help protect against wipe scenarios. They do that. It's at level 55. I keep saying game's not ready for system like that. Yeah, it's not. It's not ready. Like they're trying to add. They need to be de-scoping to get the game out in October, and they are like leaning hard into more scoping. they're definitely they need a de-scope. It feels kind of bad. What do they call that? The scope creep? Yeah, they got scope creep going. Like, really hard. When you build a house, you need to put your sheathing before. Yeah, you got to have a foundation first. What best stat points to put in wizard when creating it? Intelligence. Don't start roofing before the sheathing. Yeah, exactly. You got to do all that. In any traits best? You know, people are going to tell you a bunch of different things for that. It depends. It really depends. But I mean, the intelligence trait is good right now, but you can't cap. I mean, you might be able to cap. I don't know how high you can get your intelligence currently. I would say around 200 is probably about as high as you're going to get. And then if you add in the intelligence trait, you use the ability, you're going to end up with 255 max, and that's the cap. So I don't know. I feel like the intelligence trait, to make that worth having, needs to unlock the cap temporarily. Like during the duration of it, it should unlock the cap, and you should be able to go to whatever number you can get to, and then after 15 seconds, it comes back down. So intelligence trait is kind of a maybe. The magic resistance trait is a pretty good one for anybody, because it allows you to get out of mezzes and stuns and roots and whatnot, different things like that. So that one's good. It's about it, really. Like, there's really no other good ones for the wizard. I think they're reducing XP as well because they scared they won't be able to make content at end game. So they keep harping about the voyage is what matters. So yeah, they're talking about the journey from 1 to 60. I don't think they're reducing the XP rate because they don't know what they're going to do with the in-game stuff. I don't think that's the reason. But I do think that they're trying to prolong the journey from 1 to 60 as much as possible. Which is fine. Like, I think that's a good idea, ultimately. But, yeah, it kind of feels weird right now because there's not enough content in the game to really make you feel like that journey is worthwhile, right? Like, that journey from 1 to 60... right now, it just feels like, nope, just want to get to 60 as quickly as possible and then start doing whatever content I can do at higher level. It's going to be a gateless class and no Hearthstone. This is just real-life quality of life more than in-game quality of life. Sometimes you have to log instantly. Doing deep inside a dungeon is rough. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Makes sense, yeah. Because there's next to nothing at the end. I mean, yeah, there's not a whole lot to do at the end. There's stuff you can do, for sure. But that's stuff that can be done later on down the road. Like, the foundation is what matters right now. Like, I personally feel like they should take the current raids that are in the game out of the game. Absolutely take them out of the game right now and fix them until they're better. I don't think any MMO in history of the genre launch with much in-game content. They generally don't, no. And this game doesn't necessarily need it either. Like, having a few in-game things to do for those players that do get there quickly, I think is enough. And then adding that content later. Did they update this cheat sheet? Updated doc, if you prefer. I guess they updated this one, right? For the new spells. Yeah, let's see. Did they update it? Yeah, well, Reclaim Magic is on here. Yeah, I think it's the updated list. You know, another thing I don't like about the glyph system is you can only cast the highest level spell that you have in your spell book, right? So if you want to cast a lower level version of the spell, you have to memorize the lower level version of the spell. So what you would actually want to do is not put in the like flash of lightning spells, the upgraded flash of lightning spells and ice spells into your spell book, because you only want to cast those at low level. There's no reason to cast them at a higher level. So yeah, that's another issue that I have with the glyph system. Wizard changes are horrible. These changes are so bad. I don't really feel like playing the game anymore. I mean, they're pretty bad, I feel like. Overall, they're pretty bad. Felt the same way when I tried my wizard after the changes. It made me so depressed because it became my favorite class after maining druid for a while. It felt so good where it was before the change. Felt like okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. Different strokes for different folks, but I do overall feel like the glyph system is not overall that great. The benefit you get of the glyph system, yeah, it's just it's yeah. I don't know. I'm not liking the wizard changes. It's really both spellcasters. Both the wizard and the druid just feel weird. Five stamina, 5 int. Primary, secondary. That's not bad. What? Oh, he's got the skin-bound staff. It's okay. It's a one-handed staff. It's got 5 stamina, 5 int. So it's actually pretty good for a wizard if they have like an offhand that's got more int on it. Yeah. And you can get an 8 int offhand, so that would be 13 total int, which is pretty good. Completely agree. I had just about 30 on my wizard and was really starting to feel strong before the changes. I had a plethora of spells that were actually fun to cast. Since the update, I pretty much stopped playing the game, and I don't know if I'll even play when it comes out. I always play mage in MMOs, but this currently the most boring mage in MMO I played, and it's about 100 times more boring than classic WoW mage. Wow. I don't know, man. Yeah, I think they've done a very terrible job, I think, with the wizard overall. Just, you know, not good. People saying new wizard is more boring than old wizard is crazy. Yeah, the new wizard is definitely not more boring than the old wizard. I disagree with that, but I feel like they did a bad job with the glyph system. I don't like it. I think the idea is great. The implementation was bad. Wizard is now a strong contender in the running for... We'll start with coming EA. Absolutely loving playing Wizard after the recent Tune patch, yeah. Sustained damage is now 3 times higher, and burst stayed about the same. This is probably actually pretty true. Their sustained damage definitely went up. I will give them that the sustained damage is better because you can, volley, nuke, reclaim, and then volley, nuke, reclaim, and you can consistently do that. So that is definitely better. If they make it... If they change it and actually fix what they supposedly fixed previously, they didn't fix it, and they increase the amount of mana you get back, that'll be 150 mana back for each stack, and you do the volley, nuke, and then reclaim, and then the volley, nuke, reclaim rotation, you can pretty much do infinite damage with the wizard. It's insanely good. Like it's actually really, really good. So like, yeah, their sustain is pretty solid. I'm glad people are saying this though. Fireball coming at 48 is too late. It's so bad on mana you have to spam surge. This is just such a true statement. I don't know why Fireball is so bad. I don't get it. Any idea on the next set of classes? Yeah, we don't really know. Yeah, we don't know, unfortunately. Not easy to read for me and some errors. There's a whole list of them somebody made. Wizard glyph system, video comparison, and feedback. Wanted to post a video comparison using the same spell rotation with and without glyphs. This is an interesting one. Level 58, 211 int. That's a really high int. Red Mantle Guards, light blue. Spell rotation, root, exceptional arcane volley, 5 stacks of mark, greater lightning surge spam. Both glyphs contain spell fizzles, with glyphs, without glyphs. Thoughts, the glyph system feels very clunky and unreliable. Part of the problem is that there is no easy way to cancel glyphs if you need to switch spells while glyph buffs are active. Thunderstorm scared me there. For comparison, here's how quickly you can switch spells mid-cast when casting normally and using the sit hotkey. Spell cancellation without the glyphs and spell cancellation with glyphs. Another issue is that fizzles are much more punishing when using glyphs. They are at 108. My greater lightning surge fizzles, and I'm hit with a global cooldown. A fizzle also occurs in without glyph, but recovery is effectively instant. Another really big point. Overall, I don't find using glyphs very fun. They add unnecessary complexity and friction to spellcasting without providing any tangible benefit. That being said, I also worry that adding any benefit to the glyphs as an incentive to use them would punish players who don't enjoy interacting with the system. Absolutely. On the other hand, attempting to make glyphs feel smoother by allowing them to be cast while moving would look and feel equally awkward. Watching wizards run around charging up glyphs doesn't really fit the class fantasy, especially after the recent removal of the speed bonus from jumping for a similar reason. I mean, this is probably the most well thought out post for the glyph system specifically. And I hope the devs read this. Thank you for taking time to record this comparison. It's a nice, clear illustration of the difference. Would adding cancel glyph, yeah, like that. This post right here, I hope the devs read and make changes. Keeping it pedantic, you know it, always. Shallow and pedantic. Do you have to use glyphs now as a wizard? You don't have to, no. And it's, in my opinion, it's better if you don't. The glyph system adds some variety or adds some flexibility to your gameplay, but the flexibility is not really necessary, and the glyph system just feels clunky. Ultimately, it's just not worth it. Any information on which win is pure conjecture for class changes at the moment? Yeah. Is there no benefit? No increase in damage? There's no benefit other than versatility. That's it. That's literally the only benefit of the glyph system. Level 60 wizard perspective on changes. I left plenty of feedback via the in-game system, but I have been asked to leave my feedback here in hopes that having a level 60 wizard post help improve visibility of some of the issues. Quick summary. We are slower, weaker, and provide less utility. Yeah. At the high end, the changes are not dramatic, but everything feels worse to play. Again, would agree with this person. Hang on. We got monsters to kill. The benefit is you have 36 spells available that aren't eating up memory slots, and there's basically no reason to have access to all those spells at once. Yes, exactly. The benefit is easily seen, but is not really needed. You know? It's just not needed. It was a lot of work to put into something for it to just be not worth having. Like, it's just straight up not worth having. I hate to say it. Just not. All right, we got gloves. 4 strength, 4 dex. Chain. I need to figure out what those other gloves are that I need. I'm not sure where they were. They're slightly better than what I'm using. I gotta find them again. I'm using these gloves, which are 36, 8 strength, 6 stamina. I mean, they're basically the same. I would get 3 more AC out of it. Yeah, there's another set of gloves. You know, I got those Vindicator gloves that you got, Kaz, the ones that are dwarf only or whatever. Those are what I have, yeah. The ones that are slightly better is 3 more AC, 2 less strength, and 1 more dex. So I don't really think it's worth camping those for 3. It's basically 3 AC. You know, that's negligible. Man, all the sneezes. What would be the best skill to increase as playing as a bard? Can't remember if it was asked before. The best skill to increase? What skill are you talking about? You're talking about like your regular skills here? You want to max them all out. Any skill that you use, you just want to max it out. As much as you can. Oh, those gloves that I'm talking about drop off of the spider up in wherever that's at. Yeah, the mistress, whatever. I mean, like charisma, wisdom. Oh, what are those stats? So the stats that you want to go with a bard? Bard's one of those weird ones that doesn't really utilize any stat a lot other than charisma. We need to see what they're going to do with the bard to really know. I have no idea what they're going to do with the bard. Yeah, charisma is probably going to be your most used stat now because you're going to be using it for charm and lull and all those kind of things. Wisdom for mana, maybe, but I wouldn't do wisdom. Like mana, bards and mana, they don't really need much. Like I don't think I've ever seen a bard run out of mana. But I don't know. I would say strength is a good one. However, strength is the easiest one to level up. Like Itod is saying, it's very easy to level that or to get it higher. But strength is good. Stamina is going to help you have a little bit more health pool. But again, if you're not taking AoE damage, then stamina's not really worth it. Agility's not good for anybody but tanks. Dexterity would be a good one for bards to make sure that they can hit with their melee. But it's only going to be good like if they had procs or something, which they don't really have procs. So, I mean, it's just tough. Like bards don't really need any stat. Really, they're just about singing songs. It would be nice though if your dexterity on a bard, this is just a thought that has kind of popped into my head, if your dexterity for the bard increased their song buffs slightly, like you play the song better, you know, because you're dexterous, and you're able to play instruments better or something. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing it out there. But yeah, unfortunately, bards just don't require many stats. They're mostly a buff class. And I think I would love for bards to go that direction and make them just really strong buffers, so that when you put a bard in your party, your entire party feels more powerful, a lot more powerful, which they kind of currently do. Because if you think about it, bards have a secondary haste. What other class has a secondary haste? I think it's bards, and that's about it. So if you take like a group of 5 melee focus, you have a tank, you have a healer, and then you have 3 melee DPS, and you give them the secondary haste from a bard, that's going to increase those 4 classes by the 20% or whatever haste that they have. That's like 80% more haste, right? Across the board. So they're going to be adding in a lot more damage just from that haste alone. So bards, in my opinion, are really good to have. They're just, it's hard to see it because the bard themselves are not contributing as much. So people are going to look at it and be like, okay, I'm going to have an archer that's doing X amount of DPS. But if your bard increases your entire party DPS, you know, bards can be really nice. And I hope they emphasize that a little bit more. SK Aura, I don't know if it stacks. Yeah, that's the one, like the Shadow Knight Aura, I don't know if it's a secondary haste. It might be. And it's a 10% secondary haste, which is nice. But I think the bard one is up to 20%. I believe. So it's a little bit better. But yeah. Rather passive aggressive statement for somebody who hunts ice cream. What? Ice cream hunter? So yeah, I don't know. I hope that they make bards. Like, I would love to see bards increase their buffs, make their buffs stronger. Almost across the board, almost every single buff. Like, have their haste be better than enchanter haste, but it's you're required to be in a group. And then have their secondary haste benefit a little bit more. Yeah. Maybe even have it to where, like, they can reduce the cooldown of spells or abilities through a song. That would be kind of neat. My daughter brought me a spoon one day and said, "Time to hunt ice cream." That's awesome. That's my new online name. That's awesome. Time to hunt. Hopefully she said it in like a very evil, like menacing way. It's time to hunt ice cream. Like that, you know? She was 5. That's awesome. I love that. Man, kids are great sometimes, and other times they're like, no. She was very focused. Nice. I like it. Been playing one over the weekend. Got 1 to 8 yesterday, messing around, and it's been a lot of fun. They get access to a lot of stuff very early on. Charm, Mez, run speed. Yeah. They get a lot of stuff. They need to, well, I think they need to spread some of that out a little bit more so that, you know, you feel like you're getting new stuff as you get higher level. But yeah, Bard is good, but it falls off at higher levels. Like, significantly falls off. We've got a Bard, what level is Gam now? Like 57 or something? And he just kind of stopped playing the Bard because it just doesn't feel impactful in a group. So, would you characterize her focus as pedantic? Nice. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with the Bard. I don't think the Bard's going to change too much from what it currently is with the rotation of spells and all that. But I do think they need to increase the effectiveness of them, especially at higher levels. I would like to see that. All right, let's read the rest of this. Excellent new buffs. There's a handful of changes that are excellent, so I'll just start with those. The Eldritch Ward line is a perfect addition that gives us a bit more survivability. Yeah, I think the Eldritch Ward line is great. I like the idea of that. It allows the devs to increase the DPS of monsters, but then gives wizards a way to kind of shield themselves temporarily in case they pull aggro. But you got to be paying attention. I think this is a very solid spell for them to have. The addition of fire and cold resistance buffs is nice to have. I thought they had fire and cold resist. The fire resist. Maybe they didn't. The addition of the Insidious line spells is also great. It has always felt like some mobs were just too resistant, and it's nice to be able to impact that. This is nice as long as casting those spells seems beneficial, right? So if I'm going to spend, let's say, 200 mana on casting an Insidious, I don't know how much mana it costs, but if I'm going to say spend 200 mana to cast a debuff on a mob, I want to make sure that I feel like I'm getting 200 mana's worth of benefit out of that. Or should I just cast another spell, another damaging spell a second time? Like, let's say a mob, let's say I'm casting a damaging spell that's costing 200 mana, and it hits 4 out of 5 times, right? So I'm hitting 80% of the time. Or I can cast the Insidious spell and hit 5 out of 5. Then it's like, okay, well, I'm spending the extra 200 mana to get 1 additional cast worth out of the spell. So I might as well just cast the extra spell again, right? Like, I just feel like that spell or those reduction spells or debuff spells, they need to be impactful. And I don't know if they are or not. I think in a raid or group setting, they might be more impactful because more people might be doing, let's say, fire damage. So overall, it's better. So yeah, this just needs to have further testing to it. Removing execution and adding reclaim magic is great. Execution was far too variable and difficult to use in groups. Yes, I would agree with this 100%. Difficult to use in groups because you have to time it perfectly, and other people are going to be casting other spells, and all sorts of things are happening. You may not be able to get the kill shot. So the reclaim magic definitely feels better. While I think the reclaim magic should return more than it currently does, it's great replacement. Yeah, I would agree with that. Sorcerous Mind combining mana regen, see invis, and sense magic is quality of life improvement. Also like that as well. What would be nice is having it like at low level where you need the 3 spells, and then as you get higher level, they start to combine those spells into a single spell, right? So like in the beginning, they might give you sense magic, they give you see invis, and they give you some sort of mana regen ability. So you have 3 different spells. And then maybe when you hit like level 20, they combine the see invis with the mana regen. And then at maybe level 30, they combine all 3 of them together for a singular spell. Since it is self-only, so like wizards can no longer cast see invis and sense magic on another player. That part feels bad because they literally can't give them those buffs anymore because they just got rid of them. So it would be nice to still have those buffs, but then have a higher level spell that combines all 3 for yourself. That's what I would like to see out of that. But yeah. Anyone know where I can lumberjack at level 50? Why do you want a lumberjack at level 50? You're talking about 50 skill or actual character level 50? If you're level 50 on your character, you can lumberjack wherever the heck you want. Are you just trying to like level up your skill? Invisibility. Tying together invisible and see invis is neat, but losing your ability to see invis mobs when your invis drops is pretty bad change. Yes. While this doesn't impact wizards directly because of Sorcerous Mind, it benefits is clearly others. Yes. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. 1000% what I'm talking about. Hang on. I want to actually, I'm going to like that post, add a little bit more to that one, and I'm going to end up liking this post as well. Losing any form of greater invisibility is awful. It was one of my few buffs we had that people would often want. Yeah, I think that a guaranteed duration invis spell for wizards should be in the game. I don't know why they would get rid of greater invisibility. Seal of Magic. Cutting your damage bonus from 20 to 10% is painful, especially considering it only lasts for 15 seconds. It now lasts for 60 seconds, but yeah, that is pretty painful. The problem with this, though, I think is like raids. So if you have 20% bonus and everyone in the raid gets that 20% bonus, that's a huge amount of DPS increase just for having one wizard in your raid. So the 10% is probably okay. They just need to adjust the wizard numbers more, in my opinion. That's where they need to go with that. The different tiers are mildly annoying. If you accidentally cast the wrong version, you don't notice until you're in combat, and you start getting an error about a different spell not working on the mob. If you accidentally cast the wrong version, you don't notice until you're in combat, and you start getting an error about the different spell not working on the mob. I don't know what that means, but sure. It would be better if, rather than the different tiers working on different level mobs, they instead increase the damage, doing 10% at low level, 15% mid-level, 20% at high level. Possibly. I think they should just get rid of the tiering system of the... I feel like the Seal of Magic, just having it tiered doesn't feel good. Just give me one spell. You don't need 3 of them. You just don't need 3 of them. We're going to give that 100 too. Replacing our spell haste buff line with arcane acceleration has been painful, especially now that the new spells have increased durations compared to our old ones. Okay, yeah. We now have to keep arcane acceleration on our bar at all times, losing one of our already precious spell slots. So this has been alleviated, right? This particular thing has been alleviated. We no longer have a buff that we can use to interact with other players outside of combat. It was nice being able to trade spell haste for Speed of the Wild or Enlightenment. Our mana orbs were always the slowest part of the wizard in fights, and it is now doubled. Starting a fight now looks like exceptional fire volley, arcane acceleration, exceptional fire volley, greater fireball. That's about 15 seconds, not counting the global cooldown before we do any real damage in a fight, and it's worse if we use glyphs. Yeah, that's a very important thing. But I would even say, well, I would take away the greater fireball. I would not cast greater fireball. It's not worth it. Lower level Seal of Magic only lands on lower level mobs. Yes, that is correct. But that's the only benefit of getting the higher tier, and it's an arbitrary benefit that doesn't need to be there. It just doesn't need to be there. It's silly. So yeah, I don't like that. Oh, we're continuing. Okay. The glyph system. The addition of the glyph system is neat, but using it is cumbersome and punishing. 1000% agree. Casting via glyphs is slow. Each cast takes 0.25 seconds to cast. A 2 glyph adds half a second, assuming the spell to be cast does not fizzle, which happens far too often, frankly. At level 60, with my skills maxed out, I've had my attack spells fizzle up to 3 times in a row. Feels bad. Add in the glyph system, and that's an extra 1.5 seconds on top of the spell that already takes 6.5 seconds to cast. Not to mention, if there's latency, you have to now factor that in for every single glyph, not just the spell itself. You can spam a button and it'll eventually cast the spell, but with the glyphs, you have to hit the glyphs correctly, and you have to account for latency with each individual one. So yes, it adds like multiple seconds. As an example, if I were to use my normal starter with the glyphs, that's 2 glyphs for exceptional fire volley, 1 glyph for arcane acceleration, 2 glyphs for exceptional fire volley, then another 2 glyphs for greater fireball. Assuming there are no fizzles and everything goes well, that adds another 1.75 seconds on top of an already egregious 15 seconds before we do any significant damage. Glyphs need to be instantaneous. Again, They were supposed to reduce the cast time of the spell when you use a glyph, and they did not do that. Where should I chop wood? At 50 lumberjacking. Probably Sungreet Strand. I mean, there's really no reason to chop wood at 50 plus, like to get higher, but you can go. Keeper's Bite probably has wood. I know Keeper's Bite has some wood that's higher level. I honestly don't know where all the different places are because it's not worth leveling lumberjacking, to be honest. So anywhere that doesn't have just wood, you got to find something higher than that. So just go to a higher level zone. Keeper's Bite would be one of those, one such zone that has a decent amount of wood. You can also go to Sungreet Strand in certain areas of Sungreet Strand. I tested out the Spellblade class. It's fun. You got any tips for it if you got time? I don't really have any tips for the Spellblade. Dexterity. Get lots and lots of dexterity. It's the best thing I can tell you for the Spellblade. A lot of their damage comes from procs. More dexterity means more procs, so more damage. A lot of wood in the fake wall area, shaded dunes. That's just regular wood, though. That's not going to... It's still going to cap you out at whatever it caps you out at. It's just regular wood. He wants the level... It sounds like he wants the level lumberjacking. Additionally, there is cognitive overhead to remembering spell combinations and the extra time it takes each glyph, slowing the system down even further. Realistically, with the global cooldown and the cognitive load, it's closer to 20 or even 25 seconds before we contribute to a fight. It's like I 1000% agree with this person on everything they're saying. They don't mesh well with cantrips. As I took the cantrip benefit when I created my character, I have 5 cantrip slots. Generally, I keep Greater Fireball, Root, Shaded Dunes, Gate, and Exodus on my spell bar, plus another depending on where I am bound and what I'm hunting. This right here, by the way, this whole thing, this person keeps referencing Greater Fireball, and Greater Fireball is not the spell you want to be using as a level 60 wizard. But they think it is because it is a fireball spell. It's also a level 60 spell. It seems like it would be the pinnacle and best spell to cast. It is not. But they think that it is. And this is from somebody who is, in my opinion, seems to be very well educated on the wizard, and they're still using the wrong spell. Because it just... They're trusting the devs that the highest level spell would be the best one to cast. And it's not. It's just not. So that's going to feel bad. Like, Fireball should be doing, in my opinion, significantly more damage. If it's going to be less efficient of a spell, it needs to be doing a lot more damage. While I can replace 3 of those with glyphs, I still need to keep the glyph Hill, Dur, and Catalyst up to replace them. I can't replace my other 2 cantrips, so effectively still need the same number of cantrip slots. Additionally, Exodus is a 3-glyph spell, adding at least 0.75 seconds onto a spell that needs to be cast as fast as possible. Yep, absolutely. As a wizard player, it feels really bad to be in a group with other wizards because they consume your seals of magic. Yeah, that was another point that somebody brought up in one of these threads, and I agree with that 100%. Feels really bad because you're in another group with another wizard. They're burning up your... Like, you may build up seals, the marks of magic, and then they're using them. Yeah, it feels really bad. However, in a sense, you could, like... They could meditate, right? They could meditate, and then you could cast your spells and get the marks up, and then they could meditate and then reclaim and meditate and reclaim and get mana up faster. So it could be beneficial if you work together, But I agree, for the most part, in a group setting, it just feels bad. Monster Movie live now or still testing? It's still in testing. Yeah, these wizard changes, man, like overall, they're lackluster. They're very lackluster. And I think over time, people are going to start to see that. Can't wait till release. I can't either, but they got it. They have things to fix. That's another spyglass. Jesus. Yeah. I know, right? Oh, that's a really good item, though. Like, that's crazy that we're getting so many of those. I need to have a spell book with the spells on me. I keep a spell book in the bank for emergencies. At the moment, I memorize the spells, then put the book back in the bank in case things go wrong again. With glyphs, I need to take the book with me. Right there. Yep. It always needs to have copies of every spell I'd want to cast with the glyphs. Yep. Absolutely. We don't need that many spells. In practice, I only have about 16 spells that I regularly swap on my spell bar. 7 of those aren't even available via the glyphs. Eldritch Ward, Seal of Magic 3, Arc Spell Shield, Telekinetic. Yeah, like this guy, like this is a great post. This is a fantastic post, and I hope the devs read it and see where all the issues are with it. This is why, like, I don't need to post anything. Like, this person's already said it. Hopefully the devs read it and make changes. Looking forward to getting into this game. No key yet, but I'm praying. How is Enchanter in the current state of the game? Enchanter right now, currently, is one of the most powerful classes in the game. But that is going to be changing soon. We'll have to see what they do with it in the future. Right now, Charm is just overly powerful. Like, it's ridiculously powerful. So, yeah, we'll see what happens in the future. You have a couple months for them to put it together. Yeah, it's not enough time. Not at the rate they're currently going. This game will not be ready October 1st. In my opinion, it will not be ready October 1st for paying customers. It just won't. Things are going way too slowly. Another garbage ring. You're probably right, but let's just let them cook, I suppose. I mean, they can cook, sure. I want them to cook, but yeah, the game's not ready. The game needs about another year to feel for it to really shine. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, can it go into early access? Sure. That's what we're saying. Like, can it be ready in a few months for early access? Yes. It's not ready for 1.0, but if they don't speed the process up some, it's not going to be ready for early access either, and it's going to flop is what's going to end up happening. All right, let's read this. Attack spells. Greater Fireball is far too slow. Greater Fireball is a 6.5 second cast time. This is, I think it's actually down to a 5 second cast time, but that's still not the problem. Honestly, it's not that it needs to be faster, it needs to be more damage. This is a 0.5 second longer than Fires of Eth, while the damage is only comparable to Fires of Eth. Fires of Eth was actually higher, but I digress. Given that the vast majority of wizards never had Fires of Eth, this is effectively a 1 second longer cast time than most wizards had before the change, for at best comparable damage. Actually, Fires of Eth was higher damage. It showed lower damage in the tooltip, but it was higher damage with the adding in intelligence on top of that. Combined with the spell haste changes and the glyph system, this can be incredibly painful change. Yep, sure can. Wizards should get pure damage spells sooner. Before we had 3 spell lines: fire for pure damage, ice with a snare, and magic with an interrupt. Now we have 4 spell lines, but the pure damage line doesn't become available until 48. That should not have been a period right there. It should say, doesn't become available until 48 and is less mana efficient than the previous spells. Like, they need to add that on there too. Attack spells shouldn't have trade-offs until you reach the end game. I'm gonna comment on this at the very end, because this is almost perfect in most ways. Ice spells are useless. The 6-second snare on the old ice spell was already short enough that most of us did not bother using them. True, cutting that down to 3 seconds makes them even more worthless. This should have had their duration increased rather than decreased. 1000% agree with that too. The new magic spells are useless. I'm not sure I understand why anyone would use a spell to decrease a mob's cast time over using a lightning spell that interrupts. The reason for that is actually they're more mana efficient. So I need to look at that. You think Fizzle feedback was good, right? He used real numbers, not a calculator. Fizzle's feedback was terrible. It was terrible. Like, all capital letters. Like, come on, man. You got to write it up better. You got to make it. It was terrible. Like, not just in what he said, but how he wrote it. It was just terrible. Like, this is so much better. Like, the formatting and everything. Like, it's so much easier and cleaner to read. Area attack spells are far too weak and don't mesh well with groups. That's true as well, yeah. The damage reduction of the burst line of spells is far too extreme. The old mantle line was pretty much in the perfect spot. You could get just barely kills. The new burst line is more expensive. Yep. When was this written, though? These were all written on the 10th. So they've changed. I think they've changed some since this was written. The Nova line is extremely difficult to use solo because the mobs need to be close. Absolutely. Using these spells without a group is death sentence. That is true. Using them in a group will either break any crowd control or the group won't pull enough mobs to make it worthwhile. It's more so that you don't have a tank that can hold threat on 4 mobs at once. You just can't use the Nova spells. The Storm line is slightly better than the Nova line while solo because you can at least try to get the mobs to re-enter the area. These are worse for groups though because they will not only break all crowd control spells and abilities, they will continue breaking them. Yep, absolutely. The storm spells, terrible idea. Like, great idea, but the game is not built that way. The game is literally not built around using AoE spells, and then they throw all these classes in with AoE spells. It's terrible. Deep on Wizards right now, but what's new with Rogues? Nothing's new with Rogues. Rogues have not changed at all in months. They're just a bad class overall. They need their revamp or whatever. Eastern Waste was already underpopulated, making groups in the area difficult to find. Removing the Wizard Port side of the world. Yeah, I think they need to add one, maybe Keeper's Bite or Scarwood or something. While I understand the interest in making the port unique to Druids, Wizards need something in that area, ideally, rather than removing the Eastern Waste port. Druids should have had other ports added, say to places like Sallow Shoals. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I agree with a lot of this stuff. add that in a second. I'm going to finish writing that. Just arriving on the stream, but I want to hear your opinion. On what? About Spellblade? Spellblade, it feels okay. I like the changes to Spellblade. It just needs they need to work on it a little bit. It feels a little bit clunky when you get like higher levels. You got to get around like 10 or 12 or something. Once you get around there, you have multiple different infusions that you can use, and then adding those with Conduit. So Conduit is going to basically disable the infusion for a little bit of damage, and then it disables the infusion, I think, for a little bit too long. What about Necro? That's probably going to be the class on your class on launch. Necro right now is already super strong. We don't know what it's going to do on launch, but it's probably still going to be super strong solo-wise. What's your opinion on which is cooler? Hacky sacking or doing tricks with a yo-yo? I would say hacky sacking is cooler. I don't think I've ever seen somebody do tricks with a yo-yo and I'm like, man, that guy's cool. But I've seen some really cool people do some hacky sack stuff. So I'm gonna go with hacky sack is cooler than a yo-yo. I mean, it's neat to see some of the tricks people can do with a yo-yo. I don't know, but hacky sack is a lot cooler. I'd rather hang out with got the hidden note. And then another pair of the crappy gloves. So, yeah. You can heal me. I mean, I don't mind sitting over here and camping this mask for you if we want. I'm going to need heals depending on how much we pull. Yeah, but you never have time to do that stuff. All right, what were we saying here? One thing I will add, however, is that Fireball is significantly less mana efficient than the Arcane line. And the cast time of the let me see, how can I write that? What? What about it? I'm not reading it right now. Here we go. Triggers when they come out of stealth. Seems like reload doesn't clear them. Maybe you would have to camp. Wait, what happened? Yeah, that's what this is. So you need to get one too if you want to do the quest. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind sitting here for a little bit and trying to get that mask and stuff. Nope. Hey, what's going on, Don? How you doing, bud? Has anyone seen this? The rogue keeps stealthing and creating clones of himself. There's like, so yeah, that's a bug. That's a known bug. Annoying as heck. It's very, very annoying. People are currently using it to lag out other players. It's just it's just terrible. Like they need to look at that and fix it. Good yourself? I'm doing great. Doing great. Yeah, you're still in the group. Yeah, it's not just stealth. It's more apparent with classes that can use stealth, but it happens with anybody that can use invis as well. And I saw it the other day with a character that got cast gate. They gated and they were gone, and after they gated, their character was still there on the screen. So, yeah, it's just a whole thing. Happy belated birthday. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, bud. It was a good time. Good birthday. Happy birthday. Appreciate it. Yeah, it seems it's happening to the archer as well. Yeah, the archer using their blind, their whatever it's called, blind thing, hunter's blind or whatever. What is it called? I don't remember. Yeah, it's also doing it. Anything that makes your character go invisible. What was the other issue? I'm not going to say all that. Flash of lightning spells still have the wrong icon. What else do we need to say about the wizard changes? Just off the top of my head. I had another one there just a second ago. Oh. We'll just put those on there for right now. Could issue... Hang on. I don't know what I was saying there. Issues with wizard tuning. Glyphs still do not increase the cast time of spells cast. As was told to us here in the deep dive, additional questions posted. Reclaim tooltip says 30 mana returned per stack, but still only returns 20. Flash spells, wrong icon, and mana damage ratios are still far off as Greater Fireball is an overall worse spell to cast than the Arcane line. Just silly, man. Some of these things are just straight up silly. Slash reload scares the heck out of me right now. I did an ancient crypt and ended up in the water. I could see my team swimming below me. Yeah, right now if you slash reload, it could reload you underneath the ground and you fall through. So you got to be kind of careful with that. Don't reload or Alt F4 near a campfire. What does it do near a campfire? Campfire is what makes you fall through the world? What are you farming here? We're trying to get a mask. Well, we're trying to get a couple things. We're trying to get a mask. Oh, shoot. I probably should have put that in there, too. But we're also trying to get a quest item for me, which I already got my quest item, but we're going to get another one for Isar. He's going to want it. Unrelated and some good news, post-fire, I can inflate the price of my PC replacement and just cite the rising price of GPUs as I got a high-end GPU at the time. You absolutely could do that. You say, I want a replacement that is equivalent to what I would have been able to buy, etc. Yeah, absolutely. Because the prices of the GPUs gone up. So like now... They would if they tried to replace your exact same PC, Burl, if they literally tried to replace your exact same PC price-wise, it would be a worse PC than what you had previously. Which is silly. No, they should absolutely give you what it would be worth in today's value. What's ratio on the Trident now? Oh, is it 17-28. So pretty good. But I'm pretty sure this is better. But I keep the Trident in my main hand for the proc chance. Because this one does go off faster. So I keep it in my main hand for the proc chance. But this one's actually better. I hope they add a proc to this weapon. I would love for them to add a proc to this weapon. I don't know that they will, but I feel like they should. I want a threat proc. That's what I would like to see. I just want any weapon with a threat proc on it. Like, come on. All right, let's see what else we can I think we've read up on most of this stuff. Wizard core features locked behind high levels. Wizard, to my knowledge, unlocks its features much later than any other class. Compare Wizard to Enchanter, for example. By level 12, there's an enchant. Oh, well, you also have to remember that the Wizard was just updated with this. Like, you can't really compare a Wizard to a Enchanter right now. We have to wait till they do these updates. But I do agree. By level 12 is Enchanter's distinct spell lines. They have Invis, Mez, Stat Buffs, Pet, Soulbind, Torment. All of these by level 12? That's crazy. That's a lot. All right, let's I want to look at Druid because I have a lot of thoughts on Druid too. I'm curious what other people are saying about them, and I haven't really been keeping up with the Druid stuff as far as what other people are saying. Would Wizard be better if instead of glyphs you got some sort of random magical residue on the mob whenever you successfully hit it with a spell, and then you can cast a spell that matches the residue type for reduced mana cost, increased damage on top of seal damage? Randomness could help promote different spells. That'd be a cool. I would post that. Crazy. That's actually a really cool idea. So like, if you do, let's say, almost like Divinity Original Sin style, or the Baldur's Gate 3 style, where let's say you hit them with a fire spell, and then you want to follow that up with a lightning spell. Actually be easier to do, let's say, a water spell of some sort and follow it up with a lightning spell, and it did additional damage and shocked them or something temporarily, or maybe the water spell to a fire spell and it created steam, to do different things. That would be a really cool feature, and it would allow you to have different spells and want to use different spells rather than just constantly cast the same spell over and over. Cold Nuke felt strong as a DPS option. We need to just get to the newer stuff. Let's jump to present, and we'll go backwards here for a little bit. Druid level 8 solo with some group play. I have liked the season mechanic all the way up until I got the actual new season skills. I like the season mechanic until I actually use the season mechanic. The reason is because mana feels like a precious commodity that you want to spend wisely, and it takes a while to come back. Before level 8, I just stayed in spring all the time because I enjoyed the 10% damage buff, but more importantly, the oh-so-sweet mana regen. It felt really good to have a nice steady stream of mana early on, and it let me play a nice melee caster hybrid where I used my dot, snare, weapon, and ray of sun damage spells all together to be a very efficient fighter. Or a very effective fighter. Yeah, this is where like a level 8 perspective does matter. Like a lot of times we look at it from higher level perspective and saying really it's only the higher levels that really matter. Once you get to like level 20, 30, 40 or higher, then you can kind of see the full picture. But the low level experience also, it's got it a little bit to it. The problem with this is that this player might be like, I really like to be able to melee and DPS and dot and all that as well as heal. And as you get higher level, that may not happen. So they may get used to being able to like, this is the way this class plays. And then at higher level, it plays completely differently. That's going to feel bad. What I don't like, when I hit level 8, I was excited to try out my new fire skill. First off, I got Blazing Sun, and this was the biggest disappointment I have had so far. I thought I was getting a new core fire spell, but at least according to the tooltip, it does even less damage than Ray of Sun. This is something that I heard recently, that the level 8 Druid, when you hit level 8, their new damage becomes less mana efficient. Like significantly less mana efficient than their previous spell. So it's like, why would you cast the new spell at all? I feel like the devs are not focusing enough on mana efficiency for spellcasters. They're focusing too much on the numbers, like the damage numbers, and we increase the damage by 50 points, therefore it's worth casting. Well, not if you also increase the mana cost by 100 mana. Like, then it's not worth casting at all. So, like, I don't feel like they're factoring in enough of that. They're just looking at, damage go up, mana go up. That's it. I feel like, damage go up, mana may or may not go up. That's just my take on it. This is exactly the same problem I had. Yeah, I think it's the same problem a lot of people are going to have with it. I thought I was getting a new core fire spell, but according to the tooltip, it does less damage than my Ray of Sun. Blazing Sun deals 12 damage and costs 48 mana. Jesus. Like, that is ridiculous, guys. At level 8, I'm doing 12 damage for the cost of 48 mana. While a melee class at level 8 is probably meleeing for 12 damage a hit with a halfway decent weapon. That's crazy. That's like 1/5 of my mana pool. Ray of Sun does 18 damage at level... What the heck did I just do? Oh, somebody just posted. I was like, what the heck just happened? Does 18 damage at level 8 and only cost 8 mana. Like, yeah, that's crazy, dude. That's just crazy. Like, come on. Oh, boy, we got Felix, too. Ruh-roh. I'm on the Overseer. I don't know. Just tank that for a minute. When you get low, feign death and put it on me. He's here. The level 1 spell is 8 mana for 11 damage. Yeah, that's just nuts, dude. Like, they completely missed the boat on the efficiency of spells. Completely, just like whiffed hard. Like I'm saying, I don't think that they considered it. I really don't think they considered it. I think that they missed that. Nice. No, it's not. Well, I guess we're done here. Kaz can get his own spell or own mask. No, I don't mind camping it. Go for a little bit if you want. Yeah, that too. What am I playing right now? This is a fighter. He did check the cast. It was just a scene from Tooltip. Didn't I mean? I don't know, yeah. I don't know what happened, but they missed the boat on some of these. Now, I don't know why. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, I don't know why they did what they did with some of those spells. I really don't. I got way too much stuff in my bags, man. Bag space is so crazy. You need help? You need me to come over there? More garbage. I feel like a lot of them are weird. Am I able to play this game right now? Not right now, but you can opt in and possibly get into the closed beta the next time they do invites, which is usually on Fridays, some point on Fridays. Mom told me not to talk to strangers. That's what you do. All right. 8 mana for 18 damage at a 2-second cast speed, or 48 mana for 12 damage at a 2.5-second cast speed. The spell is just functionally worse in every aspect. The damage, cost, cast time, it makes no sense. Some people say it scales, so it'll be better later. But what's the point of learning it now if I'm going another 10 or 20 levels before it even becomes remotely efficient to use? This is exactly the point that I've been trying to make. This they hit the nail on the head with this one. Perfect. Back to the seasons. Winter's Chill is cool. It hits hard and is fun to press, but it eats a lot of mana. Also, you have to be in winter to use it, which means you don't get any mana regen from the buff. Being in spring has felt really good the whole time since you get both the damage and mana. Winter just feels bad because it easily spends the majority of my mana after just one fight, and it's way more efficient to just take a tiny hit to my damage, but keep my downtime at a minimum. That is much, much better, I think. All in all, I like the idea. The new spells are cool, but they're so indifferent to use compared to staying in one between seasons to keep the mana regen. So it feels very punishing to shift over to proper winter to get access to Winter's Chill. Yeah, I mean, I agree. This person at level 8 figured out the issue, right? At level 8 figured out the issue of mana efficiency. I don't understand, and I will not understand why they went that direction with bad mana efficiency. Feels like change removes most of the itemization choices for Druid. You wear highest wisdom gear always, and maybe some charisma in your pocket if you're charming anywhere. This seems like a bad move. I don't think any class should be in a one stat does it all situation. Well, pretty much every other class, all the other caster classes do, so yeah. Level 12 for cure disease is way too late. I think they should be level 1 or 4. You're fighting the disease wolves in Eastern Waste, or Eastern Waste. God bless. I don't know why I say that. Evershade Weld by like level 5, probably earlier in it with a group. Reserve. TTK is approximately within plus minus 10 to 15% of actual times. Of what? Druid level 39. Wisdom, mana region spring. Estimated blue mob HP is 5,000. Swarm of flies. Kills per hour, 10.65. I mean, this is a good like write-up. I'm just trying to figure out. They're saying they're only getting 10 per hour with nukes, but with dots they're getting 18 point. So they're getting almost 100% more. They're getting like 80% more kills per hour using dots. And honestly, their dots should be more mana efficient. Like, they should absolutely be more mana efficient than their nukes should be, you know? I really hope they look at mana efficiency some more. See what else these druids have to say. Holy moly, this is a big write-up. Druid 39, solo trio full, where you're hunting. Okay, general. Druid healing, damage spells, scaling with wisdom. So they like that in general. Okay. I like that druids can solo at a reasonable pace using their dots or their new winter line. The dot line allows us to stay near full mana while kiting. 2 dark blue mobs at the time in spring stance. Alternatively, we can use the winter line, kill a mob in about a minute, and then med back to full in 5 minutes. Is this his second post? Okay, so this is the same guy. This is what he's talking about. Okay. That makes more sense with the context up here. If stacking poison dots are taken away, the ratios, DPM, DPS... of our remaining dots should be adjusted. I mean, I agree. Can you not stack dots right now with the druid? They only get like 1 line spell, don't they? Do you have a link to Monster Memory Discord that you're looking at? I do not, but if you go to their website, it should be on there. I mean, I can give you a link if you want. But I think, yeah, it's right here on their website, monstersmemories.com, and then click on that. Should get you there. It makes sense if you're trying to nuke something, it should cost more mana. If you're trying to be consistent, then... Yeah, like the efficiency of dots should always be higher than the efficiency of direct damage spells within the same class. I say it that way because like the efficiency of direct damage spells on a wizard should be far higher than direct damage spells of any other class. So like the efficiency should be like up here, and then like dots on a shaman or on a druid should be really close, maybe slightly higher, but should be very close to the direct damage of the efficiency of a wizard. So it depends on, I think it depends on the class. Who are you talking about? Yeah, that's generally speaking most guilds. The top end players get the gear, and then they don't help anybody else get stuff. Happens all the time, and I hate it. Group Druids seem to be a strong group healer in both healing efficiency and burst healing. I can easily keep my group alive while also helping with CC. We can also safely kite and reposition extra mobs as needed in most areas. I find the reduced buff suite easier to manage, and I don't have any issue staying in whichever season I want to be in. That right there is great. Glad to hear that Druids... I think that Druids are probably a little too strong healing wise right now and DPS wise. Like they're very good in both categories. And that needs to probably change some, because if they can be as efficient or close to efficient in damage as a wizard, but they can also heal, or if they can be close to same efficiency as a cleric but can also do damage, that makes them too strong, right? So they got to give something somewhere. I feel like Druids should be jack of all trades. They are. Druids are a jack of all trades, but they're like a jack of all trades, master of everything kind of thing right now. Like they're very good healers and very good DPS at the same time with a bunch of utility. They need to be like decent healers and decent DPS with good utility. Druids need to be able to teleport through walls and need to learn stealth now. Are Druids doing wizard damage? They are doing wizard damage efficiency. So mana to damage ratio is actually on higher level is better on the Druid than it is on the wizard for several of their spells. It's very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Like they need to adjust those numbers. Seasons are buffs that does feel like a clunky mechanic given how it is to stay in the season you want. These would probably work better as an aura system rather than stacking buffs that move you between seasons. An aura system could also address the criticism, the seasons. Yeah, I feel like the aura system, or not the aura system, the season system, it basically just encourages you to cast low-level spells. Druids need to be able to wear plate. They do, yeah. The numbers are obviously still being tuned, but our nukes seem to hit significantly harder than the equivalent nuke lines available to wizards and elementalists. Right there. Like, a level 39 druid is literally saying the same thing that I've been saying right there. Like, they're doing very similar damage to wizards and elementalists. Elementalists haven't had their class kit put in yet, but wizards have. So yeah, they just need to tune those numbers more. Player HP pool feel too small relative to how hard heals hit. That's another big one. Yeah. This is another issue right now, is that druids are able to heal well enough to where you don't have a need for a cleric at all. Like, you just don't need it. This is just my preference, but I enjoy managing my group's HP more than playing healer whack-a-mole. Right now, it feels like someone takes a hit, drops low, one heal overheals them by 50% of their life bar, or just a full down ranking. Yeah, this is... this guy's he's not wrong. Reduce lull damage or lull range. The other changes seem fine, but the reduced range without some kind of range indicator is annoying. I don't want to stutter step up to a mob every time I want to lull a pack because the range is so short and there's no visual indicator of how far a mob is away. Yeah, that probably feels pretty bad. I would agree. Loss of the stacking fire buff. Our fire dot feels weak. Yeah, so they changed the stacking. Did they not change the damage of it? They just like removed the stacking and left the damage the same or something. I don't know what they did with the druid there. Loss of our instant heal. This is actually a pretty big loss in PvP with the insane amount of interrupts in the game. I get the whole we're not balancing the game around PvP stance, however. Yeah, the PvP side of that, but I do understand the loss of an instant heal probably feels bad. But the druid, one good thing about the druid is that their most efficient heal line, their touch of whatever, touch of nature spell line, when you finish the cast, it gives you half of the heal up front and then the other half of the heal over 12 seconds. Whereas the most efficient cleric and shaman line don't give you that full heal or the amount. You don't start getting healed for the first 6 seconds. The spell hits and 6 seconds later you get your first initial tick. So they kind of have an initial burst of heal that the other two classes don't get. Loss of the bear. While I didn't like managing the bear pet, he was cute. Nice. So, yeah, I don't know. Well, I'll read the rest of that in a second. I personally feel like the bear pet needed to go. They need to change the bear pet. I would much rather them have focused on updating the bear pet and the wolf pet for the shaman and looking at the pets rather than looking at the glyph system or the season system of the druid and wizard. Like the pet system is something that needs more work than either of those other two. Level 24 fire dot used to be 15 times. Now it just does 15 damage. So they basically just remove the stacking of it so it doesn't do more damage. Again, that's just terrible. Like, why would you do that? It's fine if you don't want it to stack, but come on. Nice, we got the face mask. Yeah, it's only 5 wisdom, though. Is that good? All right, well, we got it for you. It's over here. I'll give it to you. I don't see you anywhere. Well, we're done with this. What are we doing next? We could go try to camp the keys if we're going to be hanging out over here, right? I got it on here. We can go camp keys, I guess. I'm sure we can at this level. I assume the mana is lower. So if they change the mana, then that's fine. Yeah, but like if I don't know. I don't know what they did with it. I didn't look at it. It scales with wisdom now, but doesn't come close to what it used to stack to. Yeah, druids do too much damage. They do too much damage. They do too much damage with their direct damage spells. But I think they should do more damage with their dots. Is kind of where I'm going with that, Itod. Their direct damage spells are too mana efficient. And it kind of feels bad. Hey, Nick's coming in with a sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Nick's. Druids justify are better tanks than fighters. I don't know about all that. If damage is the same, I guess maybe not. Yeah, like we'd have to look at it. Add. Druid dots though should be pretty mana efficient, but their direct damage spells should not be more mana efficient than a wizard's. Like that's just silly. Embers is for sure worth casting. Well, what's the mana? What's the mana to damage on that? Like, what is it now? I know before it was very mana efficient. But I don't know what it is now. But I think they're factoring in a lot with the Embers efficiency. Or not efficiency, but I think with the Embers line, they're factoring in a lot of... that your, what is it, your Winter's Wrath spell or whatever does more damage when you have Ember's line on your target. And I think that they're factoring a lot of that in, which maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't factor that in. Nice. Those are decent. I don't know what my wizard has. I don't remember. Do you guys want the key piece? You want me to take it? I don't know what I have. I don't remember. Oops. I'm getting so much stuff today. We can go sit inside their room. Which level? Level 60 Embers is 45 damage every 6 seconds with AC reduction. It only costs 88 mana. So 45, so 450 damage for 88 mana. Is what it does. Now, where are we going? We're camping this thing? Okay. So let's see. Calculator. 450 divided by 88. So yeah, 5.1. This is a very good damage to mana ratio. Like this is higher than most wizard spells. So yeah, that's probably fine. You happen to know the AC on the Paladin shield from the tower after the shield stat rework? Paladin shield from that tower, from where we are right now? Which shield are you talking about? You talking about the one from the raid boss shield? I don't remember the AC, but it's really high. Swarm of Wrath is 100 damage every 6 seconds for 1 minute. Costs 205. So that would be 1,000. Whoops. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. 1,000 divided by 205. So that's 4.8. So that's less mana efficient to cast that. Like there's something to be said for higher damage as well. You know, in that situation, I would rather cast the Swarm of Wrath spell to do 1,000 damage over 60 seconds rather than 450 damage. And it's a 0.3 mana efficiency difference. It kind of makes sense. You know, that's okay. When you start getting something though that's like the mana efficiency is one damage per mana versus something that is like 6 damage per mana, that's where it starts. Okay, well now I'd rather use the more mana efficient spell than the higher damaging spell. Yeah, you're paying for the damage in that one, which makes sense, right? It's a slightly less efficient spell for more overall damage. That's fine. You know, you take away some efficiency for more damage. But like if you actually look at wizard spells, the greater fireball versus the highest level arcane spell, you're taking away like 3.5 damage per mana efficiency just for slightly more damage. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Prior to, if any, wisdom bonus. I don't know how they're applying this to dots. Oh, that's without the wisdom bonus on either one of those spells? Then, yeah, when you add in the wisdom bonus, it'll be much higher. The mana efficiency differences, they're insane. They're all over the place. I feel like they were not considered. They're just looking at the mana to damage numbers and not looking at the actual efficiency of them across different spells. So they're just saying this one costs more mana and does more damage. And that's literally all they looked at. But they didn't see they didn't seem to check, well, if this one does this much damage for this much mana and this one does this much damage for this much mana, which spell would players rather cast? You know, 9 times out of 10, you're going to cast the more mana efficient one if the damage isn't significant. So like if we look back on something like EverQuest 1, they had the mana burn spell. It would literally spend all of your mana and do X amount of damage based on how much mana you had. It was like 1 point of mana per, or 1 point of damage per mana spent, and it would spend all of your mana that you currently had. Not very mana efficient at all, but you could do like 6,000 damage in a single nuke, you know, or 10,000 damage in a single nuke. And that was huge. But if you cast like mana efficient spells, then it would be like you might be doing 20,000 damage, but it would just take longer to do it. So like you got to balance those out. Hopefully with the plethora of feedback on that, they'll reassess. I hopefully, yes, Todd. Yeah, I hope so. Mana burn was so fun. It was a fun spell, yeah, because it used up all, and it made a reason to stack up tons and tons and tons of mana, you know? It was a super fun spell to use. But it was not a very practical spell. The DDs aren't super efficient from the druids. Sun Wrath is just a straight up nuke with no effects. So 578 damage for 200. So yeah, that, I mean, that's about the same as a wizard, right? It's almost the exact same as a wizard. Because a wizard, though, is going to do more damage, but also more mana. So you're doing 500, 578 divided by 284. You're getting 2.0 damage per mana. And then if you look at the... I don't remember the exact numbers of a wizard, but it's like 1100 damage. And it's 495 mana. I know that's 100% accurate. So you're only 0.2 difference for mana for druid, or for wizard spells versus druid spells, based on just what's in the top of my head. I don't remember the exact number there, but it's about 1100 damage for 900 or 495 mana. So they're extremely close. And I don't think they should be close at all. The wizard should be doing way more damage per mana than a druid should. Like, I would say like 50% more. So like if a damage ratio is 2 on a druid, it should be 3 on a wizard. Because the wizard can't heal at all. So the druid also has healing, and they also have a lot of extra buffs and utility and things where the druid or the wizard just doesn't have that. It's like 10% difference as it is. Almost seems like it should be more than double that. Yeah, exactly. It's about a 10% difference, and yeah, exactly. I think it should be 30 to 50% more, like you're saying. Yeah. And of course those numbers need to be tweaked, but to throw them out there as it currently is, it's bad. It's just bad. That's for, just so we're all on the same page, that's for Greater Fireball. That's the level 60 pinnacle nuke for the wizards. So Greater Fireball is like 1100 damage for 495 mana. And then you add in the bonuses to wisdom or intelligence or whatever. Now, if you want to actually be more efficient, though, you can cast the Arcane Line for the wizard, which is the better way to go. And the Arcane Line on the wizard is like a 7. It's a much higher damage rate, efficiency. Way, 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 way higher efficiency. When I cast it, it was like 7.5 damage per mana. That's including the intelligence bonus. So not the tooltip damage. I want to say on the tooltip, I want to say it was like 900. I'm going to say it's 960 damage, and it was like 200 mana. So it's like a 4.8. So it's way more mana efficient. I don't remember the exact numbers on that one, though. This makes me nervous for the elemental changes. I don't want to see any mana cost changes. The elemental changes makes me nervous as well, because what they're going to need to do with the elementalist is focus more on the pet. So I think what they should do, this is just a me thing, but instead of giving the elementalist a bunch of nukes, they should have a couple of nukes, but that should be channeled through their pet. And it just basically increases the damage of their pet. So they're constantly wanting to cast buffs on their pet to increase the DPS of their pet. The problem is with that is when you get into a raid fight where a pet might die very easily, that's another one issue with it. So like an elementalist without their pet basically becomes kind of worthless. So they just have to be careful with how they do that. It could be good. It could be fun. But I think that's the direction they're going to go with that. Yeah, I'm curious if this 4 stamina, 6 int, 20 HP. I want to see what my my int is on my pants that I'm using on my wizard. Changes are coming. Yeah, changes are definitely coming. Yeah, we need to give constructive feedback on arrival and be patient. I'm not a super patient person when it comes to stuff like this, because it's like, I feel like sometimes they're going back. It's like they could have done a little bit better of a job up front, so they don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time. Like go back to the drawing board. They made a lot of sloppy mistakes. Well, let me take that back. They made several sloppy mistakes. I don't want to say a lot. Like that, a lot might sound a little too doom and gloom, but they made several sloppy mistakes. Mostly with the mana efficiency. Uh-oh, we got a wizard in the upcoming tuning. He actually replied about that when asked. Combat spell reduction time should all be working, but random buffs are going to be done later. They have to manually enter each one, so other stuff is higher priority. One is curious about is volley. My glyph is upscaling, so I can't check times on them. Wow, I can't spell. He actually replied when asked, combat spell reduction time should all be working. Should all be working, but it doesn't. But random buffs are going to be done later. Oh, wait. So he's saying in combat ones. I think I see what he's saying. So the combat spells are working, but the buff line is not. All right, I see what they're saying with that. So, like, we'll have to test that out with the actual combat spells. Yeah. A caster pet for raiding could be nice for that reason. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, a caster pet with raiding may be good or bad, and that's kind of the issue. Like, if the pets... The issue is if the pets are too weak and they die to a raid boss like AoE or something, then it basically makes that class worthless in a raid. If the pets are too strong, then that's going to make that class way too powerful outside of raiding. If they make them strong enough to where they don't die, they have to give them like more health, more resistance, more armor class. They're going to do something to them. That's going to end up making them too strong outside of raiding. So it's a very tough thing that they have to balance. It wouldn't hurt for them to have some people on the team who play the game a lot and give complete 1 to 60 feedback. Yeah. I would totally do that if I were being paid for it. I'm already not being paid for it, and I'm testing out as many classes as I possibly can. So, doing the best that I can. I'm a small team of 1, okay? I'm very open-minded on the changed classes. Don't get me wrong. I'm worried about the coders' math issues. I laugh, but I see coders struggle with math formulas and precedents. Yeah. It's kind of weird to me because I feel like you have to take a lot of math classes to become a coder, right? Like a computer programmer of some sort. But then there's just a lot of math mistakes. Wonder if they'll be able to rework all classes before EA. 4 just went out, but still just for 12 classes. They have 14 classes they have to do. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, Don. Yeah, Jabba, it's actually 14 more classes. They have 18 classes in this game, right? Isn't it 18? Or is it 16? I don't know. Maybe my brain is not working anymore because I'm talking too much. But anyway, yes, they have a long way to go with their classes. Hit 60 on your monk a week ago. First level 60 monk on the server. Okay. Are you on the alpha or the PvP server? I met a wizard last night, like 54. He told me he loves the glyph system and he only opens his spell book to teleport. Cool. What? What? Where are we going? Where are we going, though? Yeah, where are you going, Isar? Oh, okay. I just dropped down over here to train out. Are we done camping this for now, then? It's 18 total? Okay. Yeah, so they got 14 more to go. It's not looking good timeline-wise, right? It's not looking good at all. Don't hit me. Save me, save me. We're going to go try to get my ring real fast. Oh, shoot. Do I even have my ring on me to be able to go do it? I think we have to go all the way to town. Yeah, I got to go all the way to town and then back. I'm just glad MnM feels exponentially better than Pantheon. It absolutely does, yeah. Like, I mean, I complain about things that are happening in Monsters and Memories and the updates that they do and how, like, some of the updates are a little, like, questionable. But it's nowhere near Pantheon level of questionable. Nowhere near. Pantheon is just, it's a disaster. Like, we can actually, you know, have conversations about Monsters and Memories and where they need to make adjustments and things like that. Pantheon, it's just like, I don't know, start over. I don't know what they need to do with that, but it's bad. It's very bad. We're playing Pantheon in a week once the update hits. You know it. Yeah. Definitely. We got 5 days for that spring update to be in spring. Now they already announced that the spring update is now not in spring anymore. It's July 16th is the new target. Let's see if it's actually in by July 16th. I don't think it will be. Just calculated 16 weeks to go till EA. All classes rework. Not going to happen. No, it's not going to happen, Jabba. Not the rate they're currently going. It is not going to happen. I kind of did the math in my head a few times. They need to have all 18 classes in by the end of June to then test them, make sure they're working throughout August, and then say, okay, we've tested it. It all looks good. And then say, okay, now that it looks good or doesn't look good or whatever adjustments we have to make, then they have to do that during September. And September is only going to last for probably 2 weeks. They're most likely going to take the beta server down for a week or two before early access actually starts. So, realistically, we have less time. Maybe the update will hit a couple days before Christmas. Maybe. That'll be the worst Christmas gift ever. We're going to be hacky sacking. We're going to be happy sacking. All happy sacking. Hacky sacking, yes. FDE and Pantheon was the only good thing about the whole game. The Feign Death at one point was broken, but yeah, they kind of made it better. They eventually made it a little bit better. I'd agree with that. Think they should take their time? I think, yeah, taking their time and not rushing it is smart. Think they'll push EA back then? I don't know. According to Sean, they could have launched early access now, right? They could have already done it. But I think that would have been a really, really, really bad idea if they would have launched it. Because if they would have launched early access and we were paying customers, and then now they're putting in all these class updates that are not functioning well, that are just big blunders, in my opinion, this would not look good for a paying customer, right? It would look bad for a paying customer. So, yeah, we'd have to see. I am fine with another pushback on EA. My concern is more on the financial side. The cash bleed on cloud service add up. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too, Don. Like these developers are working for free, and how long can they sustain that? There's a few of them. I don't know who, but there's a few of the developers that have been working on this game quite a bit for free and need to be paid. Like Sean has talked about it a few times. There's like 4 or 5 of them, maybe 6 of them that need to be paid now. Like they really need a job. Like they're looking for a job, from what I can understand. I don't know how long people can continue to just like float themselves in hopes that they get paid in the future. Not many people can do that. So that kind of feels bad, and I want them to get paid sooner rather than later. But if they keep trying to reinvent the wheel, they're not going to get paid. I think 24 hours minimum is what they should do. Yeah, because a 24-hour, you're not going to have people literally sitting there for 24 hours. You'll have like one person, but and make them completely random. They could happen, yeah, with days, like days spanning them. Yeah. Yeah. And you don't have to camp there either and watch for it to spawn. An earthquake happens throughout the entire world. I think that would be much better. They can't even keep a character limited PTR up and running. Yeah, you're talking about Pantheon? Yeah. Like that, it's really sad. Like what's happened over at Visionary Realms is extremely sad. I was really looking forward to Pantheon for the longest time, and I'm very bummed that they're not able to make that happen. I would gladly pay someone to make a video game. I think we would. Personally, I'm always concerned with the game just not coming out. Yeah, that's a part of the problem. Whole Pantheon issue falls more to what I call the Brad curse. He always had great ideas. They just always trickled out and failed. Yeah. Brad got very lucky with EverQuest. Right place, right time, right everything. It just kind of worked. But yeah, his games were never polished. And because they were never polished, they just kind of flopped, But EverQuest didn't need to be polished because it was so new and unique at the time. It just didn't need to be polished. But today, you got to polish the game. It's not going to work if you don't. Like even Bethesda struggled with that. You guys remember when Fallout 76 came out? Because it was an online game, it wasn't polished enough. Bethesda games are well known to have a lot of issues, right? They're well known for that. But people still love the game because it's a single player game and how you play it doesn't affect anybody else. But as soon as they made Fallout 76, they made it a multiplayer and it had a lot of issues. And then the game did not do very well. It took them a long time. I think it's doing better now, though. Vanguard was garbage performance, but the classes were great. Bloodmaid was better, wonky, watered down. Yeah. Vanguard had some good things going for it, but again, not polished. Not a polished game. All right, we got to figure out what we're doing with all this stuff. You guys are going to want to see this ring that I'm going to get here in a few minutes. Hopefully, if I got the right item. I think I did. It's a pretty solid ring. Wait, does this one have... Nope, that's not the right one. Does this one have agility? It does have the agility. Okay. Oh my goodness. Running without speed of the wild is awful. Oh, this guy. Is he going to give it to me? Nope. He's casting something on himself. That looked like the speed of the wild buff. Took forever to complete the Scarab armor. Oh my goodness. Blood Mage is your favorite class? I always hear good things about the Blood Mage. Alright, we'll put that in there. Black and Bone ring. These trousers. I don't remember if I need Spectral Dust or not. Get rid of this. Put that in there. This up here. Alright, I think we're okay. I've got Invis, IVU. Alright, I think we're good. Good afternoon. What's going on, Hyper Taco? How are you, bud? Did you know that the visual of the game is flickering and flashing continuously? My game is? Yeah, I don't know why sometimes it flickers. I have no idea why it flickers sometimes. Like, it doesn't constantly happen. It just, every once in a while, it'll flicker. Do not know why. Meow. How you doing, Skirt? I need to screenshot this. Hopefully this is all I need. I don't know if it is or not. We're going to find out. We are going to find out. Should definitely start a hardcore group. Ew. You know, the guilds talked about that. A few people have talked about making a hardcore group and trying to go do that. Just wizards? Oh, geez. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen. I have light. Let there be light. Highest level hardcore guy? You know, I don't know. It was pretty high, though. They got to like 50 something, I think. Highest that I've seen. Gotta be very careful of that mob over there. It will come over here and attack. But I should be able to give a hidden note and the ring. We did it! Now go quickly. We must not delay any longer. You guys ready to see my ring? Look at that. Not bad. Not bad. Unfortunately, I don't think it's better than this because of the 7 agility. Like, it's just not, it's not worth it. Overall stats on this one's still better, but yeah. All right, let's see if we can figure out how to get out of here now. I always get lost in here trying to figure out how to get out. There we go. We did it. Welcome, Raiders. Bunch of goopy Raiders. How you guys doing? Have any of the updates since the major one fixed the wizard? It's still pretty bad. They made a few adjustments to the wizard. It's slightly better than it was, but it's still overall not in a great place. How's the stream going? It's going well, yeah. Yeah, the rings are good. I hear Wizard's not doing great, doing well, but also Wizard post his numbers, and his most efficient nuke was like 1.2k and only 150 mana or something. That sounds incredible. Is it not good? That is good. Yeah, that's the most efficient one. I'm guessing those Shira rings are upgrades from the ones that start with the unusual pelt. Yes, I assume you need to work up Telekir faction. You do, yes. You got to get very high Telekir faction. You gonna do any in-game raid content today? I don't know. Maybe. Well, we'll go back over here. Really want to see what it's like in game since all those conversations with Sean. In game is in a terrible, terrible, terrible place. That's the short version of it. Hints we need for testing purposes? Yeah. They really need to disable the in-game stuff and tune it correctly? I agree, yeah. We gave them feedback. Hasn't changed. Yep. It hasn't changed a bit. All right, let me... let me run back over here. Really no testing currently. It's just Zerg mobs. It kind of is, yeah. If you disable, you won't get any data on the impacts of other systems and their changes. Need to keep it for testing despite any flaws. You're not getting any data now. Like they're really not getting any data on the in-game stuff. No, they're doing it. It's just ridiculous. It's a joke. It's like they're not getting data on it. It's just the mobs are dying instantly. Like, You got like 100 people beating on it and it just dies. They're not getting any good data from it. Still data. I mean, they're getting data, just the same data that I would get by hitting that large rat right there and just killing that large rat. That's literally, they're not really getting any substantial data. The mobs don't function, and if they don't function right, then they're not getting the data they need. Like, mob is supposed to do X ability, and it doesn't do X ability. It's just a regular mob. It's just a mob that's just standing there getting beat on. Like, they're not getting any data that is useful in any way. That's the problem with it. There's no good or bad. There is good and bad data. There absolutely is. Like, there can be tainted data. There could be data that's like corrupted. I mean, there's good and bad data in scientific reasoning and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's good and bad data. They're not getting anything that's worth them having right now. No data whatsoever that's worth them having. It's just giving high level players something to do. Is literally all it's doing. It's not good data. The mobs, we don't know, like, are they hitting hard enough? Are they hitting too hard? Do we need better healing? You're not getting any of that information. You have no idea. That's the problem. This is a big of an overhaul when they're supposed to be EA already is beyond me. I mean, that's kind of why they didn't go into early access. So there's a kind of a timeline that you can kind of follow, and it was basically, one dev was working on something. That dev is no longer on the team. The other devs find out what that dev was working on. They delay early access. There's a timeline you can follow there that kind of says the reason they delayed early access is because whatever that dev was working on wasn't finished in the way that they wanted it to be finished. But yeah, that's kind of speculation. Sounds like the data isn't good for the questions and hypothesis you want to test. Not to say the data is not sufficient for testing purposes and the dev team's own purposes. It's not sufficient at all for the dev team because we told them exactly what was broken months ago. We told them how the fight didn't work, what was broken on it, what they needed to change, etc. And then months go by, and then another dev looks at it and is like, I wasn't aware that these things were broken. So now they are starting to look at the content and say, well, what's broken? Let's get it working so that we can actually test the content. Literally nothing we have done has been looked at by the devs. It's irrelevant data. It's just like data you just have sitting there. It means literally nothing. So trust me, I promise you, for the in-game content in this game, nothing that we are doing is worthwhile to them. Absolutely nothing. Because the fights don't work properly for us to even test the content. Like, the only thing they're getting out of it would be, does ability trigger when it's supposed to trigger? The answer to that is no, and that information, they already have that information. So there's nothing new for them to learn from these fights. We've been doing the same exact raid fights for like 8 months, and they have not updated them at all. They've got all the data they could possibly need from the current raid fights in the game. There's no possible way they're getting new data by people fighting them now. It's not possible. Like, because they haven't changed them. They haven't updated them. They haven't made any tweaks to them. They're literally the same fight that they have been for 8 months. Just understand that you could find value in any information, whether it's real. No, there is no new data. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing new that they could learn from these fights by people beating on them with 100 players trying to smack them. The only thing that they're learning right now is their play nice policy doesn't work well with raids, and they're refining the play nice policy. So you could say that that is the data that they're gathering at the moment, is refining their play nice policy. It just doesn't work very well with the first to engage and all that kind of stuff. They've made some adjustments there, but until they actually make adjustments to the raid fights, the fights themselves, they're not learning anything new. And that's a fact, that's not anything else. It's a fact. That's not my opinion presented as a fact. That is just a fact. They're not learning anything new. Many changes to items, classes, skills, and varying changes. But you could find that out without the raid boss. You don't need that from the raid boss. Like, doing the raid boss fights is not new information. I promise you, it's not new information. That's all I can say. It's nothing new that they're learning from that. Until they actually go in and tweak the fights and start to adjust them, it's pointless. Why bother doing the raid then on beta loot? That would be gone. People do the raids because they want to get the loot off of them. They want to see the loot. You know, it's something for them to do that's actually challenging. That's the reason people do it. Like, that's the entirety of the reason. Just something to do. To provide testing for the devs, right? That's what I'm saying. There's nothing to test. It's already been tested and it's not being fixed. Until they change the fights, what is there to test? Nothing. Literally nothing is new to test until they change the actual fights. Yeah, the purpose of the beta test is make change, test change, make change, test change. Right now it's same thing over and over and over. If you don't change anything, then the results of the test don't change. Right? So there's 0 point. Like nothing is changing. There are many changes, just not direct alterations to the raid content. That's what Sean made it seem. They're making changes to combat, sure. But until they actually change the raid fights, that doesn't matter. Like, they can make changes to the combat, yes. That's how it's going to work throughout the entire game, sure. But if we don't know how the raid if you don't know how the raid fight's going to function, then there's no use testing the combat, if that makes sense. Like the mobs are broken, so we don't know if they're difficult. I mean, they're not difficult right now. They're a complete and absolute joke. So until they change something on the actual raid fight, there's really nothing to check. There's nothing to change. Yeah, those changes are going to have zero impact on raid encounters. Right now, they're going to have zero impact. I don't see how any of that information is going to help them. How will you know till you test it? Because they haven't changed the raid fight. Zero impact because they haven't. The raid fights do not function. Period. Their abilities don't fire off properly. Their ads don't do the proper thing. Whatever it is, the raid fights do not function properly. So they don't need further testing with them. They need to change the way the raid fight functions, make sure that it's working properly in internal testing. Then we can test it and see, okay, now is it working properly? Okay, now let's make an adjustment to the raid fight and now test it. Is it working properly? Make adjustments, test, adjustment, test. But if you don't make an adjustment, it's the same test over and over and over, and you're expecting a different result, and you're never going to have a different result. See what I'm saying? Like, never. If the raid fight doesn't function, the raid fight doesn't function. Period. Doesn't matter how many times you test it. Feel like you're being trolled at this point? Like the raid encounters are equivalent to scaling a rat's HP to 1,000,000 and upping the damage. Yes, exactly. There's nothing useful, and yes, 100%, Todd. There's literally no difference in testing that. Like, we're fighting mobs. They're testing the combat system off of all the different mobs that are being fought throughout the entire game. Beating on something that just has more HP doesn't change the result. Nothing useful in having out of the game. What's useful to have it out of the game is it gives the devs and the GMs less to have to deal with. So yeah, it would be useful to have them out of the game. Now they're having to have like Trent. Every time there's a raid fight, Trent's sitting there watching the raid fight. He could be doing a lot of other things, helping out other players, dealing with other petitions, whatever Trent does. He doesn't have to sit at a raid fight for hours on end watching people argue about who tagged a mob first. See, that's the thing. Like, it's a waste of time, I think, for the devs right now. It's a complete and utter waste of time. Trent shouldn't have to sit there for 5 hours waiting for a mob to spawn. Like, what are we getting out of that? Getting literally nothing out of that. All right, what's better, this or this? I'm going to say the 6 agility, 5 dex, 31 AC. This one's better. So we're going to do that. Yay. So it's a play nice policy problem. I mean, that's part of it, yeah. Which they're working on. That's what I said earlier. That the play nice policy would be the only data that they're gathering from these raids. But of course, that can be refined from a lot of other content as well. It doesn't need to be from raids, but that would be the only data that they're actually getting. But yeah, anyway. The Sandstorm Dragon is a good example of challenging boss. No loot, though. Yeah, it has 0 loot on it. And nobody's doing it because it doesn't have any loot. Would it make more sense, then, just to take turns killing it and not waste everyone's time? Sure. Sure, it would be. But you got to go tell all the guilds and all the players in those guilds that information. Good luck. Thoughts on EQ Legends? Not a game for me. It could probably be a game for some people, but EQ Legends is basically taking EverQuest and turning it into an ARPG. Is effectively what I see them doing with EQ Legends. So sure, some people are going to like it, but I don't think it's going to last long term like an old school MMO is meant. Like your old school MMOs like this, and EverQuest being one of them, they're meant to create a character and have that character last for a long time and grow with the character, and you are invested in that character. EverQuest Legends is literally ripping that right out of the game, and that's why I don't think it's going to do very well. But hey, maybe it will. Prove me wrong. Achievement player. Now I see. I was under the impression you thought the raid content was the main problem, but really it's the fact that it exists and exasperates the issue of the play nice policy as written. Yes, that's what it's doing currently, and they're not getting any good information out of the actual raids as far as do the raids function right or anything like that. They're getting nothing new out of that. It's just they're just sitting there, and it's just causing more friction within guilds. Which the devs are then having to deal with. It's just it's an all around kind of issue. But anyway, does your Spellblade have strength, intelligence, accessories? No, my Spellblade has a mixture of strength and dex and strength and agility. But what you want on a Spellblade is strength and dex. Oh yeah, this is way better than what. Okay. Yeah, see, this is 6 int 4 stamina, and this is 7 int 6 stamina, so it's just straight up better. All right, so we can get rid of that. I can move this over here, though. Get rid of this. Put this over here. So now we've got more intelligence. Yay. My bags are full. Well, that's not good. Most servers in EQ had a raid calendar. Once your guild could prove you could do the content. Yeah, they did do that. Yeah, that's... But that's the thing is literally any guild, any group of people, if you throw enough monster or players at one of these raid mobs, you will win. Is pretty much how it is. Like, it's just... You could zerg them and win every single time. If you know what you're doing, you can do it with a smaller group. I would say that for raid mobs, you can do any of these raid mobs except for 2 that are in the game. You could do with a single group, so they're not even raid mobs. They're just very hard single group mobs. So it's a whole thing. It's just a whole thing. Like there's, it's just not working right. Feels bad. All right, do that. This we're going to give to... How many guilds are trying to kill the raid mobs? Are there 10? Currently, there's 3 that are trying to kill the raid mobs. I think there would be more if more people knew about them. But I don't think enough people know about them. So there's currently 3. Just rotate. Don't talk to me about it. Go talk to them about it. I'm not a leader of any of these guilds. I'm not. I don't disagree with you. I think the whole thing is silly. I haven't been trying to do raids this entire time. I only go to raids when asked. Like, hey, Criddle, we would like you to be at this raid to do this. Okay, I'll go. Sure. Why not? But that's the competition of raid guilds. Like, you got to have the mindset of a raid. Like, raid guilds like to continue to do the content that's available to them. They, they want to get all the gear for themselves, for their characters, for their guild, for their alts, for see what I'm saying? Like, if I'm the only guild doing this fight, it entices other people to join my guild, right? They won't go and join the other guilds if Guild A is always getting all the loot. More people want to join Guild A rather than Guild B or Guild C. I mean, there's reasons that people do it, but yeah, you don't gotta tell me about it. I totally get it. If things were in a rotation, would be more in favor of keeping the rate? No, because they're getting handed gear. The people that are doing these raids are getting gear extremely easily that they otherwise would not be getting. Right? Like, it's too good. The gear is really, really good. So now, here's what's going to end up happening. Now they fix the raid content, right? Let's say they fix it all. Now you're going to have guilds that are super geared doing the raid. So now they're going to have the new raid content tuned for those people, not who should be doing the raid. Because the whole thing just gets out of whack. It just messes everything up. So I don't think they should be there. Like, until they're ready to be tested, they don't need to be there. But that's just my opinion. It's whatever. The Raiders don't deserve the gear. I'm getting more confused. I thought the Play Nice Punish was the problem. No, I don't. I mean, no. Like, the amount of the gear that you're getting off of the raid bosses is extremely good and some of those raid fights are actually easier to do than some of the group content in the game. It's kind of weird. But, I mean, leave it in, take it out. I don't care. I just gave my opinion on it. I mean, whatever. Do whatever they want to do. I just don't see the need to have them in the game. Me, from curiosity, I'll never get to in-game at beta, so understanding your perspective is very helpful. I mean, that's the whole thing, right? You're asking for my perspective. You're telling me that I'm wrong in my perspective and that they, are doing things differently than what I'm saying. But then you're also saying that you're not going to get to the end game. And it's like, well, then why does it matter to you? Right? Like, I want them to actually test the game and get good data so that the game, when it comes out, the game is functioning properly, and people like you, when you level up and get to that end game, you feel like, okay, this was worth the effort. This was worth me getting to level 60, putting in the time to do this content. It's challenging, it's rewarding, it's this, it's that, it's whatever. Like, that's what I'm trying to get to. That's literally what I'm trying to get to. So I don't know why we're debating it. I don't understand. You want my perspective? I gave that. And it's an opinion. All right, I think I'm done with that. All right, let me get back on the Spellblade. Okay, all. Oh my gosh, dude. That goes there. Pasha's bow. I don't need a bow. Rawhide scraps. Do I need any of these rawhide scraps? Like, I feel like I have so many rawhide scraps. I could make backpacks for days. I don't really need that. What is this? Lightly scented parchment. Okay. Seen more like your perspective was stated as fact. Couldn't tell the forest from the trees there. Not arguing, seeking understanding. My perspective is very simple. The raid fights currently in the game are in such a broken state that the data, any data they could possibly be getting from those raid fights is irrelevant data until they actually decide to start looking at the raid fights. They have to fix the armor class bug that's currently in the game. They need to get all these classes, all 18 classes in with their actual kits properly, and then fix all of the raid fights so that they all function properly. At that point, it would be a good time to test the raids. Until that time comes, these raid fights are undue stress on the server, on the team, on everybody involved, the players. It's just stress added for no reason. That's my professional opinion as a professional gamer, I guess. I don't know. It's just not worth all of the hassle that's coming with the raids. It's not worth it until they get all of these other things in place. That's where I'm at with it. Listening to you, whole got go on my job. Maybe you could have special guests to discuss some classes on game. Maybe, yeah. Discussion is going on circles for 30 minutes. It has been going for a long time, and I guess just not heard. I don't know. It's just literally I don't know what else to say about it. Like I've made my statement. It's not going to change. Too many variables to have the data be relevant. I may be wrong. That's basically it. Yeah, there's way too many variables of things that are going to change in the future for the data to be relevant now. Like it's just not relevant. Yeah, inconsequential data is a good word for it. It's inconsequential data. Sure. I need wood. I'm trying to think of what I want to do right now. I could play the Spellblade some. 30, 40. So 5, 10, 20, 30. This is 30 gold, 40. We'll give him a gold. There you go. Yay, we got wood for days. Woohoo! Okay, what level am I? Did I get to level 12? I did get to level 12. Nice. Level 12 means we've got Arcane Spear. Level 1. Is this level 12? Wait, that's slash. This is level 12. Kinetic Ward is level 12. Discharge is level 10. What? Oh my gosh. Been loving the channel. Just started playing, and I really appreciate your level guide videos you made. Yeah, no worries. I need to make more of those. I need to go in and make more of those level guides, but I have not done that. So discharge. This is going to do electrocute your target with a powerful discharge, dealing 8 to 24 damage, electric damage. It's got a 1-second cast time. I don't like that. I wonder how that's going to feel in combat. I'm going to have to test that out. Where can I go? What do I need to do for this quest? I don't... Oh, I had to get the item. Shoot. Let me think. Yeah, the cemetery is probably the best place to be for the level that I currently am. You got 13 archer? All right, yeah, if we get into a group or something, we need some DPS. I don't know what I'm going to do right now. I'm wondering if I can fight the bandits over here. Problem is, I'll probably end up pulling 2 of them. Yeah, I would like to go back to the cemetery, but it is nighttime. Daytime, nighttime. There's so many mobs that spawn over here. Look at all those. I love when new players are fighting over mobs at the zone or at the town entrance, and they're sitting there like arguing with each other over those. And it's like just zone over one zone, and there's a bazillion mobs right there, just sitting there waiting for you to fight. Crazy. All right, bandits. These are white and blue. So we can kill these bandits. Oh no. He's got a friend coming. Oh no! Was that one invis? Oh boy. Not good. The Spellblade is solo endeavor as well? No. It's not a very good solo class. I've been grouping with it whenever I find a good group to join. I'm not creating groups though. I'm just joining a group. If there is a group and they invite me, I will join a group. Oh, we got to use discharge too. I think the new shield spell works a bit better than the old one, but I gave my Spellblade some gear, so that probably helps too. The new shield spell is good. Yeah, it's not bad. It uses a lot of mana. Like what is this one? Let me see. This one's going to give you armor class by 10 and absorbs 75 damage for 15 seconds, but for 50 mana. So it uses up quite a bit of mana. But you can use it to solo. Like, it definitely helps out with soloing. But yeah, like, that's the thing that I don't know how I feel about it. As far as... So, like, your best bet is to go Telekinetic Confusion, use this, switch to Electric Infusion... Use discharge, right? Like, that's kind of weird. What the heck is this? To serve Gnome. Anybody know what this quest is for? I don't know what it does. Whoa, that's a long... Warning, the words in this volume are sure to offend, not faint of heart. In fact, the author has been run out of many cities simply for expressing his views on the culinary. If you're not a cocktail weenie, keep your eyes glued on this page. Otherwise, pass the pamphlet on to someone who is less cowardly than you. Gnome is one of the most delectable meats available. Okay. Gnome on a stick. Gnome steak. Gnome pita. All right. I'm guessing that needs to go to the cook. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the new Spellblade because I feel like it's a lot of juggling stances to use different abilities. Like right now I'm in the electric stance so I can use discharge. But then if I want to like do kinetic ward, for example, like what I would need to do is switch to telekinetic stance, use... The heck did I just do there? Switch to that, use telekinetic ward, switch to this stance, you know, use discharge. But when you switch stances, it also puts your procs on cooldown. So I don't know, man. It feels a bit clunky. And I don't know if I like that or not. So, yeah, anyway, I don't know. Like, all of the infusions seem to do the same proc damage, but then they have different bonuses. So, like, this one does this, a lesser chance to stun them. This one has a lesser chance to activate Kinetic Siphon, and Kinetic Siphon decreases the movement speed of your target. And then the agility, while increasing yours the same amount. You know, they have different things that they do. And I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Switching between them just feels awkward. Why are level 15 to 20 shamans camping Grubfist in Night Harbor? I'm not really sure. Why did I put this down right here? I put a fireplace down right here, but yeah. I'm a dum-dum. It's raining outside. Oh, shoot. Be chillin'. Have you messed around with, like, using conduit and stuff? Like, I feel like conduit is almost not worth using. Unless you want to guarantee the secondary effects or something. Of an ability. Decanter of Age. Where is this? What are all these items for? I've never seen these before. Hey, thank you for the buffs, whoever that was. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the Spellblade. It doesn't feel great. I might get it to level 20 and let it sit for a while. I don't know. We'll see. I'm debating if I want to, like, try the Archer out or not. It's for the cannibalism arc. What's that do? I don't think I've never done that quest. Archer is sick. I've heard that the Archer is really good right now. I've heard that's pretty solid class. At level 12, Archer really starts to shine. Yeah. Is that when they get their run speed buff? Run speed's low, like level 4 or something. I figured that's when they would start to shine. Antique bullion coin. I don't need that either. Oh, the bleed effect? Is that what makes them really shine? Yeah, that could definitely help out. DPS goes way up at 12. Makes sense. Oh no, this bandit. Dang old bandit. Uh-oh, that guy healed me. Now he's going to have a bandit on him. I mean, I appreciate the heal. But he's got a bandit on him now. Oh, now I've got an additional bandit on me. Oh boy. It's a whole thing that's happening. No good deed goes unpunished, right? Like, this is not good. It's going to end up getting me killed. I appreciate the heal, but ended up training another mob on me. Oh boy. I'm going to die. Oh, now there's another one. Mm-mm-mm. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So what happens at these lower levels, though, you know? You get a lot of situations like that at lower level. I have no idea what level that guy was that healed me, but... They don't always understand. Some people don't always understand how aggro works in this game. Oh well. I assume any buff, heal, etc. puts them on the threat table with anything you're in combat with. Yes, it does. Look at that. There's an archer right there. Doing something to this. Did he root this guy? It's like an archer standoff. The heck? But yeah, anything you do, you can buff, you can heal, you can do anything to another player, and anything you do is going to... Oh, shoot. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's going to put them on their threat list. I don't know if I can kill this. Well, we can do that. We could try to kill this. Using kinetic ward. Row. Die. Oh, there's that run by healer again. It was a run by healing. Oh boy. Well, I don't know what to do. It's coming up on 5 o'clock, though. I gotta figure out what we're gonna do for dinner tonight. Hmm. That guy snared me. See, like now, like I'm wondering, discharge, does it have a stun component to it? It does not. So I would use like conduit to stun, right? Conduit's going to do this, and it's going to stun them if I'm doing electric arc. I don't know. I just feel like the Spellblade it's going to be a lot of swapping around. Just a lot of swapping around. And I guess if you like that gameplay, that'll be good. But if you don't, it's not going to be good. So I probably won't play the Spellblade too high a level. I'll probably get it to like 20 and then just kind of stop it there unless I start to like it or figure out the rotation that I like. But I just don't like the rotation. You know, I'm hitting Infuse Slash and Phase Strike basically on cooldown. You can use Discharge basically every combat swing. Like you swing, discharge, swing, discharge. If you're in Electric Infusion. But what you really want to do is swap and go like Arcane Infusion and then use like Conduit for the extra damage that it does. And then switch to Electric Infusion and then do Discharge. I don't know. The whole thing just feels kind of weird to me. So yeah, let's see. If we do... Oh gosh, he's already down there. If we do this, and then we do 4... Oops. What the heck? 4. And then we switch to this. We can't switch to that yet. We switch to this now. And then we do like an auto attack. And then we do this. Then we do this. And then we do this. I don't know, man. It takes so long. Now we can switch to this and then do conduit again for the extra damage. I don't know. That whole thing just feels weird. I really wanted a wizard fighter Gish type class and was initially excited about Spellblade, but when I played it before the change, it really just felt like a fighter with a buff to keep up. Does it feel more like its own thing now? It does feel like its own thing, but now it's a lot of things to keep track of. You got to keep track of which infusion you're using. You have 3 different infusions. You got to keep track of which one that you're currently using. Can I pull this guy and only get 2, or am I going to get all 3? So you gotta like switch infusions, use a cooldown, switch infusion, use a cooldown. I don't know, it just feels weird. So like right now, for example, we're in Arcane. So we do this, and then we do 4 for the conduit, and then we have to do Control 4 to switch, and then from here we do discharge, and then we do discharge, and then we do another discharge. Like you feel like you always want to be swapping. I feel like you just want to macro it. You know? So now we can control 2, and then we hit 4 for the conduit, and then we wait a second, and we control 4, and we want to hit that ability, and then we want to hit this ability. Awesome! I fell through the world. Now I'm back up. And now I'm getting shot at. Well, I don't know what's going on there. Let's just run that off. I don't know. I just don't like it. I spend about 15 seconds in each stance, just pop the conduit on them. The telekinetic is annoying with a knockback in a group. Yeah, I hate knockback when given to players and their ability to use knockback. It is so frustrating. You've been doing it for the agility drain and the telekinetic with conduit? Like, does conduit trigger... So this does this, but conduit triggers telekinetic. So you don't necessarily want to do that, right? Just the proc? Yeah, so it's just the proc. So being in the telekinetic to get the proc, what's the duration? That's for 1 minute. So you really only want to be in telekinetic to get the proc every minute. But the amount of agility that you're gaining is not really worth it, I don't feel like. Because Arcane is going to give you, strips their targets arcane defense and decreases their magic resistance. I feel like you want to be an arcane infusion. Like, you want to be an Arcane Infusion and use Conduit there, and then switch to Electric Infusion and use Discharge for the maximum damage. The agility loss on a mob help with DPS? Yeah, I mean, it would. If you have a melee focused group, it'll allow you to hit the mobs more often. So yeah, it's just a lot of stance dancing, and I don't like it. Just a lot of stance dancing. Like, I'm wondering if you should create a macro. Can you create a macro that changes your stance? I don't think you can, right? Like, I would have to actually change my keybinds. Hey, it's Mimi. Hello, Mimi. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what I would like. I don't know how I would play this. Like, if you want to put in telekinetic infusion, you only need this until it procs, though. Right? Like, I would do that until I get the buff. Which I'm not getting right now. Okay, there. I've got the buff. So we got kinetic surge for 60 seconds. So now we would want to control 2 to this. And then use conduit. And then control... Well, we got to wait now. And then control 4. And then hit 5. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm just not playing the class correctly. There's just too many things to keep up with. Like, it feels awful. I just don't like it. You do telekinetic on pull to lower mana cost on your shield. Then move to arcane for better TPS. Yeah. So yeah, you would do it on pull, put up your kinetic ward, get the buff, the agility buff. I don't know, man. It's just too much swapping around. I just don't like it, man. I don't like the way that it feels. The whole thing just feels bad. So I don't know. I don't know if I want to keep playing the class or not. It's just I'm not feeling it. But I do kind of want to keep leveling it some to get a feel for it, but yeah. I just feel like overall the class is just there's too much happening. Because like I feel like if you're not using all of the different infusions and cycling between them, I feel like you're just not getting everything out of the class that you could be getting. But then to use those is very cumbersome. Right? Like, technically, you want to start with Arcane Infusion, use your Arcane Spear to pull the mob, switch to Telekinetic Infusion, use your Kinetic Ward, switch back to Arcane Infusion, use your Conduit, then switch to Electric Infusion and spam Discharge. High skill ceiling? It is, yeah, it's a high skill ceiling, but it's just so many button presses. Like, I feel like you need to macro the heck out of it. Like, every time that I hit Conduit, I need to switch to Arcane Infusion. So I would need to, like, go in here and go to Keybinds and change my... is there a stance? Where are the stance keybinds? It would be control 1. Well, the shadow step, the phase strike thing, this can just be used in anything. You're just always using this. So, like, I'm not counting that one. I think some minor tweaks would help a lot, such as graying the stances until timer resets, so you know when you can swap. They do that. They actually do that. If you look at these stances way down here, so you have the circle. Outside of the circle, you see that it's a very light green. When you use an ability and the stances are no longer available, it goes to a gray. And then when it becomes available again, it goes light green. So the issue is, I don't know, man. I just don't like it. It just feels so clunky and bad. Where is my... hotbar cast aura? Here we go. So cast aura. What if we changed cast aura? See, I feel like when you cast aura 2, you go into Arcane Infusion. At that time is when you want to use Conduit. So you would do Cast Aura 2 and Conduit in one. Like, can I make a macro for that? Cast Aura 3? Does that actually do anything? I don't think you can cast an aura. I don't think you can actually add that into a macro. So, like, I feel like, though, you would want to do, like, cast aura 2 and Conduit at the same time. But if it doesn't switch, then what? I've had more EQ-ish moments in this MMO than in other group chat, and even seeing players already gaining nefarious reputations. Yeah. I've seen that quite a bit. Yeah, I don't know. I got to figure out how to make this work. So like what I want to do is we're going to do this is going to be 1. This is going to be 2. This is going to be 3. This is going to be 4. Okay, so our different auras. So if we hit 3, that's not doing anything. What? Why is that not doing anything? Oh, I didn't save it. What a dum-dum. 1, 2, 3, 4, save. All right. So now if I hit 3, okay, and then 4, and then 4, and that's how quickly you can do that. Okay, so let's start with that, and then let's make a macro that does cast 4. Okay, and then we put this down here on this one. And we'll make a macro that does cast 5. Hang on a second. We wanted to cast 4 on the 2. We want to cast 5 on the 4. I know this is really weird. Cast 2 when we do telekinetic, which is 3. Okay, so if we do that and we go back here and we do settings and we go up here to hotbar and we do 1, 2, 3, 4. Save that. So now I would hit I would hit 2 and it would switch and try to use, it should theoretically switch to Arcane Infusion and then try to cast 4, which would be this one. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if this is going to work. But I guess we're going to find out. Looks like after about 14 you get repeat spells. Yeah, sounds about right. Spellblade is Clunkalunk right now, but it has the right idea. I think they need to give on-demand kick back at a minimum. Oh, did they get rid of their interrupt completely? All right, so if we do this, I'm going to do this. We're going to hit 2. Then I'm going to do this some more. And then I'm going to hit 3. And we're going to do this some more. And I'm going to hit 4. See, it didn't change. Why is it not putting me in that stance? It's not leaving me in that stance. But it should be leaving me in that stance. Yeah, it's putting me in the 2 stance. But it's not putting me in the 4 stance. Can I do this and hit 4? Yeah, see, it put me in the stance there, When you use discharge, does discharge turn off? I think it turns off the infusion briefly. Whoops. That seems like a bug, doesn't it? When you phase strike, do you notice the enemy gets some health back and then loses it again? No. Shouldn't you stay in electric and spam discharge generally? Well, yeah, but I'm in electric. Did I mess this up? Cast 2, cast 5. This should be right here. And then... Oh, that's what it's doing. Is it switching it off? Oh, that feels bad. Yeah, it's not switching my stances. The heck? All right, yeah, that's not going to work the way that I had hoped. So we have to get rid of these. So you want to just like switch stances. And then 4. When you switch, what the heck, dude? So when you switch, it turns it off for a second. So we want to go here, hit, what the heck? Here, hit 4, do this for a second, hit 3, hit 2, hit 4, hit 5. There's so much going on here. I mean, I could see how people could do this, but holy moly. There's just so much going on. You gotta macro all sorts of stuff. Like you gotta swap between stances. So I need to be going back to stance 2. Pull this mob. Go to stance 3. Wait for it to come. Hit this. Click on that. Go to stance 4. Do that. Go back to stance 2. Nope, I didn't go to stance. There it goes. Back to stance 2. Hit 4. This is so busy. This is so busy. Wow. Does anybody actually like this gameplay? I mean, I bet you there's people that enjoy it, but holy moly. They just say in telekinetic for cheap shields solo, but they ain't cheap. Yeah, they're definitely not cheap. I mean, you take off like 12 mana when you switch to telekinetic, but that's the thing. You gotta, you gotta macro all that. So like right now, I have my macro, so like I can switch my stance to this one, and then like you barge in. I switch to this to use this, and then I switch to 4 to use the 5. We use it a couple of times. Fun. I don't know why I lost my target there. We switch to 2. We use 4. Switch to 4. I don't know, man. That's way too busy for me. Way too busy. I'm a Spellblade at heart. I don't think that I am. Let's go to 3. So we go to 3, we jump in, we do this, we go to 4. Oh, I don't like it. Dango Ashira Scout. What do we need to be on? Arcane Infusion. Oh my gosh, there's crocodiles everywhere. You feel like they had no idea what to actually do with this class? It doesn't feel good to me. Like, it just feels bad. There's just too much. There's too much going on. I don't like it. Where the heck did that bandit come from? Yeah, I think I see the rotation, but I don't like it. Some people would absolutely love this, though. There are definitely people out there that would be all over this. But it is not for me. Because there's just too much, there's too much to keep up with. Luckily, you don't have to worry about recast times too much. Like, this doesn't have... It's got a 5-second cooldown. Like, whoopity-doo. You know, the best part about this is that you're going to be doing a lot of damage. So you want to basically switch to Arcane, do the Conduit, and then switch off of Arcane. Unless you're trying to interrupt something. That's where this, like, the kick, they don't really need a kick because you have an on-demand kick right here with the electric arc if you need to interrupt something. You could switch to electric arc and then Conduit. But if you're trying to do DPS, you want to be on Arcane to do Conduit. And I feel like in a DPS group, you don't need to be on telekinetic at all. So, I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and go for now. It's 5 o'clock. I'm going to figure out what we're going to do for dinner. I appreciate everybody being here, chatting today. It's been fun. It's been awesome. But I'm going to go figure out what we're going to do for dinner and plan all that stuff. I think I'm just kind of burn out on trying to figure out the Spellblade today. I might play a little bit more tomorrow. We might try a different class and see how the Druid or the Archer is, but I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, take care, everybody. Appreciate you being here, and hopefully I see you all next time. Bye.